Testing, testing.
All right, let's see here. All right, Steve Lanning, can you turn on your video and just do a mic check with us?
Yep.
All right, we can hear you. You can hear us?
Yes.
Perfect. You can go off video till you're called. Thank you. Commissioner O'Donnell, just to do a mic check really quick.
Test 1, 2, test.
Perfect. Thank you. Good.
So, back on the record for case 9692. Now, my understanding is we're actually starting with the witnesses from IBW and the other union, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And Your Honor, there is one preliminary matter I'd like
Sure.
to bring to the attention. So I think there's a holdover matter regarding OPC witness Efron's proposed GREA adjustment, and this relates to the live rejoinder for BGE witness Vajos. And there's, I think, an exhibit that BGE produced that looked at Mr. Efron's analysis and indicated some differences and some possible errors. So Mr. Efron's had time to review that exhibit, and after his review, he's comfortable accepting that exhibit as a correction to his proposed GREA adjustment.
Is that okay with the company?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So, are we starting with IBEW or the or the other union? Well, actually, since you're here, why don't you come right ahead?
Your Honor, I was actually hoping we could start with a rounding version of happy birthday for Commissioner Bartlett. but he couldn't today.
I asked him.
That's right.
Do we have to sing? Please, please.
Let's
Oh,
hope
I
not.
think if we
Yeah.
all sing together, it might be not too bad.
If anybody has that talent, feel free. But I don't have a singing talent, unfortunately.
Downey's watching. I hope he's not watching.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's not watching.
You can watch later on rerun.
So, have a seat, and then he's going to swear you in. So, actually, if you want to come to the table, it might actually be easier for you. You don't have to do it at the podium. So,
Oh, Sandra, I think we got. We'll forget about this stuff, though.
I have to give him his exhibits. I've already provided these to the court reporter.
sure.
But
Okay.
I'm going to give you a copy of June 19th is going to be IBW 4. July 31st will be IBW 5. April 25th, 2023 will be IBW 6. Good morning, Mr. Jacobs. Good morning. What's been placed before you are three marked exhibits. IBW 4 is your direct testimony dated June 19th, 2023. What's been marked as IBW 5 is your rebuttal testimony dated July 31, 2023. And what's been marked as IBW 6 is your surrebuttal testimony dated August 25th, 2023. Do you have those three documents in front of you?
Yes,
And are you familiar with those documents?
yes,
Were they prepared under your direction and supervision?
yes.
Do you have any revisions to your pre-filed testimony?
We have two on June 19th's
Okay,
testimony.
so that would be IBW 4. And I believe that on page 9 you have a revision, is that correct?
Yes, page 9, line 16, line 17, it should say 67 internal overhead mechanics, not construction employees.
Thank you. And then on page 21, I believe you have a revision.
Yes, on line 1, it should say 0 to 8% with a target of 4% for the bonus. And line 3, the same, 0 to 8% with a target of 4% for the bonus.
Okay. With those revisions, if I were to ask you the same questions that were propounded in IBW 4, 5, and 6, would your answers be the same today?
Yes.
And with that, I'd move for the admission of IBW 4, 5, and 6.
So, any objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
So marked and so admitted.
And I have no questions on direct.
All right. Walmart,
No cross, Mr. Chairman.
Sierra Club,
No question, Mr. Chairman.
Amtrak,
No questions, Your Honor.
Montgomery County Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, Department of Defense, MEA,
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
OPC,
No questions, Your Honor.
Baltimore Gas and Electric,
No questions, Your Honor.
staff.
No questions, Your Honor.
So, any questions from any of the commissioners? Commissioner O'Donnell,
No questions, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Commissioner Sussman,
No questions, thank you.
So- Commissioner Richard.
No questions.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Hey, thank you.
Painless.
So, do we have the representative for the other union in the room? Oh, I see. Can you introduce yourself?
Steve Lanning with Lanning Local 11.
And you,
I'm counsel.
okay, so why don't you come up here, so. Why don't you introduce yourself for the record?
I will. Thank you. Arliss Stevens with the firm of Murphy Anderson in Washington, D.C., appearing for the now Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington Laborers District Council.
Okay. And your witness is virtual.
Yes, thank you to Commission staff for making this possible. We appreciate it. Good morning. I am, as I indicated, Arliss Stevens, counsel for the District Council. Our witness, Steve Lanning, is here to testify today and to answer any questions that any of the parties have, or that any commissioner may have. Will he be sworn now or when?
Yeah, why don't you, so, Mr. Lanning, I need you to pay attention to the court reporter here to get sworn in, so.
Sure.
Can you hear me, Mr. Lanning?
Yes.
You raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Mr. Lanning, do you have before you the document titled "The Direct Testimony of Steve Lanning," dated June 20th, 2023?
I will pull that up. Bear with me. Apologize. Yes.
And was this document, the June 20th direct testimony of Steve Lanning, was that prepared by you and under your supervision?
In collaboration with Maeve Allure, who's a colleague at our international union.
But it was,
Yes.
yes, okay. And do you have any changes or corrections to make to that document?
I do not.
If I may, we would mark that testimony, which was already filed with the commission, as Laborers District Council Exhibit 3.
So marked.
Mr. Lanning, do you have before you the Sir rebuttal testimony of Steve Lanning, dated August 25th, 2023?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Lanning, was this document prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
I'm sorry, could you say that again? Make sure the record.
Yes, it was.
And Mr. Lanning, do you have any corrections or changes you wish to make to the testimony in that document?
I do not.
If with permission, we'd mark that as Laborers District Council Exhibit 3, Exhibit 4, I'm sorry.
Four, yeah. So mark.
And Mr. Lanning, do these two documents constitute your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, they do.
With permission, we would move those two documents into the evidentiary record.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
And I have no further questions for Mr. Lanning beyond that contained in his testimony. So I would tender the witness for cross-examination.
Walmart. Sierra Club. Amtrak, Montgomery County, Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBW. Department of Defense, MEA,
No cross, Your Honor.
Office of People's Counsel,
No cross, Your Honor.
Baltimore Gas Electric.
Your Honor, we do have cross with this witness. Good morning, Mr. Lanning. Can you hear
Good
me?
morning.
All right. My name is Joel Michelle. I'm an attorney for BGE, and I have just a few questions for you.
Sure.
Before I get into my questions, do you have before you the May 26, 2023 order of this commission?
May 26.
So it was provided to council
Yes,
and
let
as
me
well.
pull that up. Bear with me 1 second. May 26, 2023?
Correct.
Yes, I do.
All right. You can put that aside for now. I'm going to come back to that.
Okay.
So in your direct and sir rebuttal testimony, if I understand it correctly, you have requested that this commission condition rate relief upon BGE enforcing the prevailing wage law?
Yes.
Are you aware that on October 28th, 2022, BWLDC filed a request for rulemaking?
Yes.
And in that request, your union requested that the commission require BGE to enforce the prevailing wage law?
Yes.
You're also aware that on February 1st, 2023, the commission denied that request.
Yes.
9 days later, on February 10th, the union filed a request for reconsideration. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And on May 26, 2023, the commission issued an order with respect to that request.
Yes.
Your Honor, I have the commission's May 26 order, and I'd like to mark it as what I believe should be BG Exhibit 50.
Wait a minute. Let me check here. Yes, you're right. Yes. Mm-hmm.
right, Mr. Lanning, this May 26 order denies the union's request for reconsideration, does it not?
Yes.
Yet again, in this case, you are making the same request of this commission?
Yes.
Okay.
Insofar as the rate case and the wages would impact the rates.
Okay. On page 5 and 6 of your SIR rebuttal, you claim that BGE has enough information to determine what is the prevailing wage. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Let me direct you to page 3 of the Commission's May 26 order. And Your Honor, I just pause and ask that this be admitted into the evidentiary record.
So admitted.
All right, Mr. Lanning, on page 3, paragraph 5B,
Okay.
I'm going to read that and you tell me if I read it correctly. It says an investor-owned gas company, electric company, or combination gas and electric company shall require a contractor or subcontractor on a project described in subsection A of this section to pay its employees not less than the prevailing rate determined solely by the Commissioner of Labor and Industry, in a process substantially similar to the process established under Title 17, Subtitle 2 of the State Finance and Procurement article. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Now, this paragraph states expressly that the Department of Labor shall enforce the prevailing wage law, does it not?
I will determine the prevailing rate. I don't know if it states enforcement.
Okay, let's take a look at paragraph 5C. It reads, in accordance with Title 3, Subtitle 5 of the Labor and Employment article, the Maryland Department of Labor shall enforce the requirement under subsection B of this section for contractors and subcontractors to pay employees not less than the prevailing wage rate determined solely by the Commissioner of Labor and Industry. I'm sorry I got the paragraph wrong, but does that paragraph say that the Department of Labor shall enforce the prevailing wage law?
Yes.
It also determines that the Department of Labor or the Commissioner shall determine what that rate is, does it not?
Yes.
Has the union provided to the Department of Labor the affidavits and documents that you attached to your SIR rebuttal in this case?
I do not know.
Do you know whether the union has contacted the Department of Labor to ask whether any contractors are abiding by the prevailing wage law?
Conversations to that effect have taken place, yes.
Okay. And what has been the Department of Labor response with respect to that conversation?
They are basically going to make a decision here in the near future about what classifications and wage rates they deem appropriate.
Okay, so Mr. Lanning, if I understand you correctly, based on the union's conversation with the Department of Labor, the Department of Labor itself has not yet determined how it will enforce the prevailing wage law. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay. Any redirect?
Yes.
Sure.
Mr. Lanning, in this case, is it your understanding that BG&E in this rate case is making forecasts of costs?
Yes.
And is it the position of the union that those forecasts should factor in compliance with legally mandated wage rates?
Yes.
Do you believe that BG&E has adequately explained how it will ensure its contractors are paying the prevailing wage rates?
No.
And how do you believe? How do you believe? Well, let me rephrase that. Strike that. What is it that you believe BG&E should be doing in addition to what it says it will do to ensure that compliance?
Your Honor, I'm going to object because this witness on cross-examination agreed that it's not BGE's job to enforce the prevailing wage law, and that would only be determined and done by the Department of Labor. So what this witness believes should be done with respect to enforcement is irrelevant to this case.
If I may be heard.
Sure.
What I believe happened is that BG&E quoted on page 3 of the exhibit it introduced from language from a House bill that said that the Department of Labor will enforce the requirement. I don't believe Mr. Lanning said that BG&E does not play a role in ensuring that the laws are complied with.
Your Honor, if I may, the language from the statute specifically includes the word solely.
I
And so again, Your Honor, I'd stand by my objection that what this witness believes should be done to enforce the law is irrelevant to this case.
If I may be heard just briefly.
Sure.
I believe my colleague from BG&E is misreading the statute. It does say, it says that the rate shall be determined solely by the Commissioner of Labor. I don't read anywhere anything in the law saying that only the Department of Labor is to be responsible for seeing that the law is enforced.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection. The union is perfectly able to articulate in its brief to this commission how it thinks BG&E should take steps to comply with the prevailing wage law, apart and above what's specified in the statute.
Understood. Thank you. One moment, please.
Sure.
I have no further questions.
Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Sussman, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, just briefly, sorry, the witness is over here. I don't have it in front of me, but in our order, our response to your to your union's first petition, I don't have the order in front of me, but I think we tried to make clear that while we do not have, at that time we did not believe that enforcement was responsibility of or I should say, we believe that the responsibility was on the Department of Labor to enforce this act. We did make clear that we do have an expectation that our utilities obey the law and also were responsible for their contractors. Do you believe that we made that clear?
This is a question directed to me, Mr. Lanning. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's my understanding. You're the witness.
I apologize. Okay. Yes, in the weakest sense of the words, I guess. Just say it that way.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it was certainly, we wanted to again, within where, at least that was my intent, as being part of the deciding body on this order, that we do make that clear. And so, I mean, given what the the statute, the way it's worded, again, in our role as, supervising and regulating the utility, what more would you expect us to do than, again, make clear to the utility that they must obey Maryland state law, and in this case, with regard to their own employees and those of contractors?
I guess insofar as the utilities give guidance to their contractors, crew composition sizes, and basically job descriptions, job classifications within them. And the Maryland Department of Labor already has posted online pretty comprehensive list, and it's really just matching that up. I mean, I know that's getting beyond the scope of what the commission would do, but this isn't as if people are in the dark having no clues what the prevailing rate is. It's pretty open, it's pretty transparent, it's online, and there could have been some proactive efforts to ensure as they go forward with this rate case that in some capacity they're assessing what these rates, how they could be impacted based on the labor burden with the prevailing rate, and factor that into this rate case.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Chair Hoover.
So, Mr. Lanning, on page 7 of your surrebuttal testimony, in this recommendation you have for us about how to handle this issue, you talk about during the reconciliation of the multi-year plan, asking the company to provide various information. Yesterday, one of our accounting witnesses testified that the commission staff in the reconciliation process receives what they were described as voluminous amounts of information from the company when they do the reconciliation for expenses related to the that the company's incurred under the multi-year plan. Why do you think that the current process isn't going to encompass what you're looking to have provided as part of the reconciliation?
Insofar as if I understand your question, insofar as the utility, BG&E is not asked its contractors to factor in how the prevailing rate would impact any labor cost with their operations, I'm not sure that this rate case will fully reflect, all the increased costs that could be incurred.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Thank you. So I guess we're back to staff, correct?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Calls Michael Chang to the stand.
I do.
Morning, Mr. Chang.
Good morning.
Could you state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Zochun Zhang. My business address is 6 St. Paul Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 21202.
And you filed testimony in this case, correct?
I did.
Do you have with you a document entitled Direct Testimony and Exhibits of Jochen Zhang on behalf of staff?
I do.
And does it have a public version and a confidential version?
Yes.
And both of those versions have appendices, correct?
2 exhibits, yes.
Yes, thank you. And do you have with you, Your Honor, I'd ask that those be marked as staff exhibit, I think we're
20.
at 50? 20?
Yep.
Yep, okay. 20A and 20B.
So marked.
And Mr. Zhang, do you also have with you a document entitled Surrebuttal Testimony and Exhibits of Zhokun Zhang, also which containing a public and a confidential version?
Yes.
And both of those have exhibits, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that those be marked as Staff Exhibit 21A and 21B.
So marked.
Mr. Zhang, were these documents prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections you'd like to make today?
I do. On my cover page for both the public and confidential versions of my surrebuttal testimony, I would like to change the date from June 5th, 2023 to August 25th, 2023.
Thank you. And do you have any other changes?
I do not.
If you were asked the same questions contained in both your direct testimony and your surrebuttal testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And do you adopt your direct testimony and surrebuttal testimony as your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Your Honor, I would ask that 20A, 20B, 21A, and 21B, which I believe have been marked, be admitted into evidence.
Seeing no objection, admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Walmart. Sierra Club. Amtrak Montgomery County, Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBEW.
I have no questions for this witness, Your Honor, but I did want to say that I have no questions for any of the remaining witnesses. I'd like to be excused for the remainder of the hearing.
Sure.
Thank you for your consideration, and we'll see you down the road.
You bet. So, thank you. DOD. MEA.
No questions, Your Honor.
Office of People's Counsel.
No questions, Your Honor.
Baltimore Gas and Electric.
Yes, Your Honor, just a couple of questions. Good morning, Mr. Jane.
Good morning.
Beverly Sukor on behalf of BGE. You testified on behalf of staff concerning the supplier consolidated billing charges, correct?
That is correct.
In your direct testimony, you recommended that all supplier consolidated billing costs be removed from the revenue requirement, correct?
I did, yes.
But then in your surrebuttal, you said that the internal labor, staff augmentation labor, software, and indirect costs remain in the revenue requirement, but that you still believed the contracting labor costs should be removed.
Yes, so in my direct testimony, I first examined the internal labor costs that
Your Honor,
So,
God,
well, you know, the way we've run
I
this
know.
hearing is we've let people talk. So I let that for your witnesses. I'm going to do that for
I
him.
corrected myself, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
So in my direct testimony, I first examined the internal labor costs that BGE provided in its MYP and found that there was a discrepancy between the amount of hours that they provided me and the number of dollars that they put in their actual case. Later, witness Vahos in his rebuttal testimony indicated that there was inadvertent omittance of these hours. So during my direct testimony, I first was very confused by this huge discrepancy, which is why I recommended the removal of all proposed SCV costs. Also in my direct testimony, I wasn't able to fully determine how the company determined or procured its contracting labor costs. So later, also in witness Vahos' rebuttal testimony, he indicated that the company did not mean to, but may have stated that they obtained their contracting labor through RFP, so some sort of competitive bidding process, which they later corrected and provided a updated explanation. So that's why in my server rebuttal testimony, I've been more, I did obviously look back again into internal labor costs, but I was also focused on the contracting costs that the company procured for its SCV implementations.
So, but the contracting labor costs really still are the bulk of the costs?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to listen to any of the testimony of Mr. Vahos on Tuesday evening-ish when he talked about the PARC process that we used?
I was.
Okay. Including the third-party assessment of cost estimates?
Yes.
Okay. And you actually, in your rebuttal testimony, do talk about the third-party assessment process?
I do mention it, yes.
Okay. But on page 15, you say that BGE did not provide the third-party assessment to support our claims that the process produces lower costs?
Could I ask, so is this public, sir, rebuttal? Page
This
15.
part is, page 15 is public.
Okay. Could I ask which line?
Sure, it starts at line 11. Actually, it's 11 and 12.
I actually do not see that, if you could read it out for me.
Sure, it says, I have not had the opportunity to validate these claims as BGE did not provide the third-party assessment to support their claim. Page
One.
15, line 11 and 12. There's a question is, does using the PARC process result in a lower cost compared to an RFP?
Sorry, give me 1 second to make sure I have the right version. So this is on my public version. It's on page 14. My apologies.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I see that. So the company, in its response to staff data request number 15504, indicated that their response is, based on the third-party assessment of PARC projects, using the PARC program has consistently resulted in a lower cost than doing an RFP due to several reasons. With that response, they did not provide the third-party assessment showing that PARC projects consistently result in a lower cost than doing an RFP. I do agree the company did provide the third-party assessment for supplier consolidated billing that they used to compare their the Accenture estimate.
Okay.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach the bench or the
Sure.
witness. And Your Honors, I will apologize that the papers have 3 pull punches on them. I didn't realize that was what was in the copier, and I didn't want to kill any more trees to
Oh, that's
reprint them.
not a problem. I think it's just one, man. So.
And so, Mr. Zhang, anywhere in your testimony do you say that BGE provided you third-party assessment for the supplier consolidated billing?
I did not.
Okay. So you were talking generically here about the whole process. I guess the whole PARC process, that overall it does.
So I did ask the company for an explanation of the PARC process, and they provided their response to, I believe it was Coalition Data Response 101-08, and that was their explanation of what the PARC process is.
I passed out BGE's response to staff DR 144-00, and this is a confidential response, but I think we can review it without getting into any confidential information. Mr. Zhang, you would agree this is the data request response that BGE provided that gave you both the cost estimate and the calculations in an Excel workbook that was developed by the third-party assessments, as well as the calculation and amount of the estimate that was done by the IT contractor?
Yes.
Okay. And I noticed you did not include this, you've included other DR responses attached to your server rebuttal testimony. You didn't include this one.
That is correct. And the reason is, so obviously these are Excel spreadsheets, they're workbooks kind of showing how the company estimated their costs or estimated costs, and they are complicated work papers. I did attempt to reach out to the company, or we did attempt to reach out to the company to schedule some sort of meeting to kind of further explore and explain how this work papers work, but I believe there may have been some miscommunication or something, so that meeting did not happen.
Okay, but you didn't even include this cover page that included the actual dollar amounts.
The actual dollar amounts I did not include.
Okay.
The reason why I did not include the actual spreadsheets was because I'm not fully, I don't fully understand how they work.
Okay. But just looking at this response, and again, I don't want to talk about the numbers because those are confidential, but the amount that the third-party assessor came up with was definitely more than the amount that the IT contractor came up with, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And my rough lawyer math gets a roughly 10% difference?
Yes, subject
Okay.
to check.
Your Honor, that's all the questions I have.
Any redirect?
Just a little bit. What years are, Ms. Skora was asking you about your testimony and some DRs. What years were covered by your testimony and the DRs?
I specifically focused on costs that were already incurred in 2022.
Your Honor, I object. This is not what I asked him about.
But it is, do you disagree that it has to do with his testimony and?
Well, yeah, it has to do with his testimony, but it doesn't have to do with my cross-examination.
So so if you can rephrase the question to focus it on the cross questions, so.
Well, I have two things which I think did not come out clearly, and I believe that introducing this exhibit may have confused them, which is whether Mr. Zhang intended to provide costs for the development of XML and EDI transactions only, or the full development of regulations and other things that have to do with supplier consolidated billing.
That had nothing to do with my cross-examination. I don't even know what that stuff means, to be honest.
So again, if you want to clarify this in your brief, that's fine, but
Okay.
let's,
Thank you, Your Honor.
okay.
And Your Honor, I forgot to ask that this be marked as BG Exhibit 51
So marked,
and ask that it be moved into evidence.
without objection. Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Sussman,
No questions.
Commissioner O'Donnell,
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Chair Hoover, and thank you for your testimony this morning.
Good.
Late at night, I did have an opportunity to bring up a few issues related to your testimony with witness Vahos, and I just wanted to ask a couple of questions related to those. In the context of the SCB and the billing costs and the cost that went into the expenses that BGE says that they incurred, I did, from a higher level policy standpoint, ask some questions related to overall the billing systems, billing and metering systems. I don't know, did you have a chance to see
I did.
any of that?
Yes.
I just wanted to get from a staff perspective. You do bring up also the order and on SCB and our discussion specifically on I guess the interest we had in the octopus testimony, and also talked about Kraken and some of the I guess competitive suppliers, the independent suppliers for billing and metering services.
Yes.
I did express also, one of the reasons I'm interested is because of feedback I've received from, from like work group participants, that because, really related to, the company has the advantage of, the asymmetry of information and transparency, that at times it was difficult really to get, move ahead with a state initiative, state policy, because it just seemed that the company, was not providing clear information or, on what the cost might be, or being able to, in a work group situation, understand, what, the ramifications would be from different options. So really getting to the question, what is the right forum if we wanted to address some of these concerns and try to impress on the company that we'd like to see, improvement, at least acknowledgement of some of the various billing options that are out there, the advances, that might be available to the company that might be more supportive of statute about our competitive billing requirements, enabling competitive billing requirements and metering requirements, and also that might be supportive of, again, in the work group process as initiatives and state policy is being considered. Where would we, best talk about it? Is that in the context of a rate case where we're determining just and reasonable, prudent rates, or do we have a forum, or I guess a proceeding specifically on this? I'd just like to get some guidance from staff, and if there's anything we might want to address in the context of this rate case.
Yes. So I will focus specifically on supplier consolidated billing because that's what I understand the best.
Exactly.
So as you indicated, the commission order that was created stated that the prudency review of the costs that the utility company incurs should be reviewed in the rate case itself. So that's what staff is doing currently. In terms of supplier consolidated billing, what the company explained to me is they have, as they explained, their PARC process. And so this PARC process specifically only works with two vendors. I believe Witness Vajos indicated the two, they were Accenture and Deloitte, I believe. So in addition, so you have these two suppliers who are supposedly winning all these bids previous to 2020. At this time, the PARC process is not even, I guess, marketed or advertised to other potential suppliers that would even want to participate in the PARC process. So on page 15, going on to 16 of my public rebuttal testimony, the companies indicated to me that in response to staff data request 15502, that Accenture and Deloitte were chosen to be PARC program suppliers in 2020, and the PARC program is no longer being marketed or advertised to other potential suppliers. So that already is a concern to me. And going forward, continuing on 16, starting on line 5, the company also indicates that there were no bids sent for the IT work related to SCB. So what I'm trying to say is they have, as you mentioned, asymmetry of information. The other suppliers who could have been potentially interested in this project to have bid on it were not even able to have that opportunity to do that. I believe staff has always viewed a RFP to be the most transparent, most competitive way that you could procure costs for contracting especially. And so here you have a process which does, I do admit, have a third-party assessment to kind of validate whether or not the price you're getting is reasonable, I guess you could say. But it does not introduce the opportunity for other interested parties to bid into the process. So I think, I understand that BGE produced this process, this park program, to kind of help them accelerate and get their suppliers more quickly, I guess, their vendors to work on these projects, but it doesn't introduce the opportunity typically, at least for supplier consolidated billing, for other interested parties to participate.
No, thank you for that. That was very insightful. So along with the reasons that you argue in your testimony for disallowance, do you believe it also might be, I guess, send a broader policy message that disallowance, might urge the company to again maybe follow the RFP process or again begin to explore, how they go about selecting their business, their billing systems?
Yes, it's possible.
Okay, thank you. Another that caught my attention was on, and again, it's on the issue of, well, here, let me start here. It's true that BGE also has a transmission assets, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we don't directly regulate those assets. Those are basically, they get compensated through a formula process.
I wouldn't say I'm an expert witness on
Oh,
that, so
okay.
I'm not.
Okay, well, you do touch on it.
Yes.
Let me just, cut to the chase then. So as we're looking at just and reasonable rates, you do talk about this in your testimony. So again, if this is way beyond what you'd like to talk about, I'd just like to understand in that portion of the revenues that we don't regulate from transmission, those are FERC under formula rates, they do flow through to our jurisdiction on the impact on retail rates in some cases. Is that case? Is that setting retail rate?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not an expert on this.
All right. Well, my interest there is just maybe staff at some point. I'd just like to understand when they're reviewing areas that may not be directly under our jurisdiction, if they find some concerns that might impact whether or not retail rates are just and reasonable and prudent. What our remedies are. What do we do as a commission? And again, I don't know is an okay answer. All right, thank you. I just wanted to finish that line. And finally, let me ask if this is in your area as well. I talked with the Commissioner Vahos. I've elevated you, but with Witness Vahos, just a little bit about how costs are allocated. Whether it's particularly for labor. I think I was discussing. Were they allocated, to shareholders or to ratepayers? Do you know, like lobbying costs for the company, are those split between shareholders and ratepayers, or how do they take care of functions that primarily benefit the company?
I believe that's out of my expertise.
Outside of your expertise?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. I was just, again, interested in the area of, as we're looking at, how state interests are represented at PJM, whether or not, we should be looking at if those employees, both by BGE and Exelon, if they're not aligned with state policy, my question would have been, are those appropriately being paid and borne by the ratepayers, and whether or not they should be in fact switched and transferred to shareholders? So that would have been my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Listman.
No questions.
Commissioner O'Donnell, you have any questions? I don't know if I came to you or
No
not.
questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, so this, the park program, just so I understand it, this is was overseen by Exelon, not BG&E.
That's correct, yes.
And the way this works is if BG&E needs outside IT support, they hire the contractors that Exelon has sort of pre-selected through this park program. Is that it?
That is my understanding, yes. For most projects, at least.
And BG&E doesn't have the authority or the ability to seek somebody other than the qualified companies under this park program.
I cannot answer that. I'm not sure.
But your concern about the park program is that it doesn't provide enough, variety of vendors or?
So yes, so my concern stems from the commission order, which stated that, basically stated that the suppliers don't have enough, they don't control the cost that the utility will use to implement supplier consolidated billing. So to keep the cost as low as possible, that the process itself should be as transparent and competitive as possible. And so when I review this park program, it first off, the explanation of the park program that I initially received from the company is not very transparent. I could not understand what the words meant in a specific way, which is why I've asked and put in my rebuttal testimony a line of questions explaining each line of what their response was. So I had to first go ask the company, what does this mean? So I did not understand. Secondly, the question about as competitive as possible, that's where another concern of mine is. As I explained to Commissioner Richards, it's you have a program where no other suppliers or vendors were even, I guess, introduced to the fact that they could have potentially bid in to produce this labor. So you have a predetermined vendor, and there's only two. It's Accenture and Deloitte. And then I guess Accenture was the only one who proposed some sort of estimated cost for this project. The company did its third-party evaluation, which then they compared to their estimation from Accenture, and they saw that was lower than that third-party assessment, and so they said, okay, great, Accenture's estimate is lower, so we will take that one. And in nowhere in that process were any other suppliers or vendors considered for this labor.
Now, if you know, the people that are on the selected vendors as part of the park program, are they selected because of a certain amount of required expertise that's needed to perform what Exelon is looking to have for these IT services, or?
Yes, 1 second, please. I do not exactly recall how the Accenture and Deloitte were selected. I just know that they were selected in 2020 to be the park program suppliers.
All right, good enough then. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may staff request a brief recess so we can locate our staff witnesses? And we also just wanted to note that they're just using the restroom. And our second witness, the depreciation witness, Mr. Garin, is running late. We just want to let you know. So his order may change after we call Dr. Coates.
Okay, so we'll take a 15-minute recess. Come back at 10:20.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes.
Took a picture and sent it to You've got collage. I think 51.
So that's the schedule.
Okay, Brent, that BGE schedule is too fast. So,
I saw them.
they're gonna look at it.
It's okay.
I know, I asked to extend the deadline for briefs. I didn't see it.
It's just that it's got, we've got MCL, we've got we've got so many. I just don't know what's doing.
There's not a lot of vegetation. Urban is weird.
No, I actually have to get this.
What Leah Greg. I'm utterly embarrassed.
Oh, yeah,
That would be very, very kind of you. I would appreciate that.
yeah, they all do. We've discovered this too.
Good grief.
I try to.
So, back on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a preliminary offer to the commission before the next witness. Commissioner Richard asked some pretty important questions of staff's last witness, Mr. Jang, that he did not know the answer to. So we would proffer that offer Mr. Vajos, while he's still here, he does have to leave to perhaps answer some of those questions by Commissioner Richard, which we thought were important and really good questions.
It's up to you.
I don't really think we need to take specific time up, but again, I am very interested in their larger policy questions. So I would welcome if you wanted to, provide just a bench request response, or if you want to put it in brief, I would be satisfied with that. But these are discussions that have touched on this rate case, but are broader, and so I would also welcome to again continue these important discussion on transmission, supplemental projects, how they fit in with PGM planning. Certainly also maybe not on that in particular, but the supplemental projects, and then also just PJM, transparency issues. I mean, that was something that was brought up in Annapolis. I was concerned about Exelon and BGE's positions. And then where we go from here. If there is a divergence in what the state policy is and what BG and Exelon policy is, I think I was pretty clear, in the question. So yes, I think to the extent you want to answer those questions in this rate case, then you've got those two options. But definitely, I think in both the OPSI forum and also the discussion here in some other forum, I would welcome that. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your offer, Mr. Ralph.
So can we put him up as a witness to respond to those questions? I wasn't sure. Sorry, Commissioner.
I'm just concerned about time at this point. Again, we do have a number of witnesses to get through, and it's been a long week, and so again, I don't want to subject.
I saw that.
I don't want to subject my colleagues to again
a bench data request.
I'm afraid once we got started, I don't know how long it would go, but again, I would welcome anything you'd like to submit for the record.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Moriarty.
Good morning, Chair Hoover and Commissioners. Catherine Moriarty, Staff Counsel on behalf of staff. Staff would like to call staff witness Dr. Pamela Coates to the stand, please.
I do.
Good morning, Dr. Coates. Please state your name for the record.
Pamela Coates,
Dr. Coates, by whom are you employed and in what division?
the Maryland Public Service Commission. I'm the Assistant Director of Telecommunications, Gas, and Water Division.
Do you have before you a document entitled Direct Testimony and Exhibits of Pamela Coates on behalf of the staff of the Public Service Commission dated June 20th, 2023, consisting of 51 pages and 5 exhibits?
I do.
Chair Hoover, I would like to have Dr. Coates' direct testimony marked for identification as Staff Exhibit 22, please.
So marked.
Dr. Coates, do you have before you a document entitled Surrebuttal Testimony of Pamela Coates on behalf of the staff of the Public Service Commission of Maryland, dated August 25th, 2023, consisting of 14 pages?
I do.
Chair Hoover, I would like to have Dr. Coates' surrebuttal testimony marked for identification as Staff Exhibit 23, please.
So marked.
Dr. Coates, were Staff Exhibits 22 and 23 prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
They were.
Do you have any changes or corrections to either of those documents?
No.
Dr. Coates, to your knowledge and belief, is your testimony true and correct?
Yes,
Does it remain your testimony in this case today?
it does.
Your Honor, staff would like to move Staff Exhibits 22 and 23 into the evidence, please, and offer the witness for cross-examination.
Without objection, so admitted. Walmart.
No questions, Your Honor.
Sierra Club. Amtrak, Montgomery County, Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBEW, DOD, MEA,
No questions, Your Honor.
OPC.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have one brief line of questioning for this witness. Good morning, Dr. Coates.
Good morning.
I think we've met before. I'm Michael Sammartino. I'm an attorney with the Office of People's Counsel. And I'd like to ask you just a few questions about the STRIDE audit. This would be the annual audit that's the Commission's required utilities participating in the STRIDE program to conduct. So if you could turn to page 6 of your SIR rebuttal. And take a look at the paragraph starting at line 4.
I'm there.
And here you refer to staff witness Ann Yeenam's statement that no significant concerns have been found historically with BGE's annual STRIDE audit, and because of that, you agree with his recommendation to eliminate them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, is it correct that the Commission established the annual audit requirement when it approved BGE's first STRIDE plan in order number 86147?
I'm taking your word for that.
Okay. And this would be in case number 9331. And I actually have an excerpt from that order, and I can produce that if you'd like to take a look at it.
If I need it, then I will see
Okay.
it.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC 52. I think that's where we are.
Wait a minute, let me check. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Dr. Coates, could you, if you turn to the second page, it should be page 36.
Mm-hmm.
And starting, I guess, at the end of the paragraph before the first list, continuing on to page 37, there's a list of a number of pieces of information that the STRIDE audit shall include. And could you read those out for the record?
Really?
Well, actually, you know what? We don't need to do that. I'll represent, and you can review this. That as part of the information required to be included in this audit, there has to be a detailed review of distribution system performance and analysis of replacement rates, updated leak rate data for each type of mains and service, analysis of GHG emissions reductions, and cost benchmarking analysis of the STRIDE-related expenses. And does that sound right based on your review of this document?
I'm looking for the last thing you mentioned. I'm not finding that word benchmarking in here.
Cost benchmarking analysis? Believe that's
G-H?
believe that's D.
D. Okay. Cost benchmark. Yes, I see all of those things in there.
Thank you. And this STRIDE audit, it's required to be done by an independent auditor, correct?
I believe that's correct. You're asking me questions about a STRIDE audit. I've never seen a STRIDE audit. I know nothing about a STRIDE audit. But I'm reading what's here, and I'm agreeing with what it says here.
Okay, thank you. And so in your experience, does the fact that
Staff has to object. Staff witness Dr. Coates just said she has no experience with the audits, the STRIDE audits.
If I may,
She's never conducted one.
if I may respond, I'd like to ask just a general question about Dr. Coates's knowledge and experience with audits in general. That's where I was going.
Why would audits in general be relevant to STRIDE audits when she's had no experience in conducting a STRIDE audit?
She agrees with witness Aninium's conclusion that because the audit has not uncovered any significant concerns, she has no concerns about eliminating them.
And witness Anemium would probably be the better witness for a general question about the audits.
I understand about a general question about the audits, but I want to ask Dr. Coates I want to understand her reason for agreeing with his statement.
All right.
And I believe
so-
that's relevant to her testimony.
So I guess you can ask that question.
Okay. Give me one moment here,
Sure.
Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, Dr. Coates. So you're generally aware of what an audit does, right? Is that correct?
Objection. This is not the question that counsel just posed.
I'm attempting to lay the foundation for the question I want to ask.
Well, so I'll let him ask a question about her knowledge about audits, so in general. So not the STRIDE audit, but just audits in general.
So just audits in general. Thank you, Your
so
Honor.
you can respond to that. So
Okay. My understanding is an audit is a way for someone external to look at something and pass some sort of judgment on it.
Okay, thank you. And in your experience, if an audit hasn't uncovered, and I say experience in general, professional experience, life experience, if an audit hasn't uncovered anything that's concerning, would that mean the utility of the audit is, let's strike that, would that mean the audit does not serve a purpose?
Objection. That question, again, goes to her knowledge in general about audits. She's not an accountant. She just said what her knowledge was. And again, this is irrelevant to whether or not, this is irrelevant to Dr. Coates' testimony. It's really outside the scope.
I think she explained what she knows about audits, so.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay. Water, Gas, and Electric.
Your Honor, just a few questions. Good morning, Dr. Coates.
Good morning.
It's a pleasure to meet you in person. Let me just ask you generally, did you have any part in discovery in this case?
Oh, I had much discovery in this case.
That's what I thought. And at any point during discovery in this case, did you request meetings with BGE representatives to explain things that were provided in discovery? Did you take part in any of those meetings?
I did.
Okay. Did you find those meetings helpful?
Yes, I found them very helpful.
Your Honor, I have two documents that I'd like to approach with. One is not going to be admitted into evidence, and the other will be. May I approach the witness?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, Dr. Coates, let me ask you this. Do you remember submitting data request 159 on behalf of staff?
I do.
Okay. All right. And, Your Honor, I'd like to have the first document. Actually, Your Honor, let's do this. Can I have the document that I just submitted to the bench marked as BGE Confidential Exhibit? I believe we're up to 52.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So when you say the document, are we talking about just the first or the
No,
whole
just the packet.
The packet.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
So the entire packet would be BG Confidential Exhibit 52.
Okay. Is that
And-
marked?
And I'd like to move that into the record before we get into it.
Objection. This is the data response. This is the company's own data response. It's not. I think it's beyond the scope of Dr. Coates' testimony.
Your Honor, if I may?
Sure.
So this is actually the company's response to the data request that this witness just testified she served on behalf of the company.
But just so I'm straight, we're talking about 159.1, 159.2, and 159.3. Those are data requests that the witness submitted to BG&E.
That's right.
Correct.
Okay. All right. In that case, we're going to let it in. So.
All right, so Dr. Coates, can you just read the first paragraph of the data request that you sent to BGE? So I understand the data request has 3 questions, but I'm just interested in that first paragraph.
I understand. On September 1, 2023, in testimony before the Maryland PSC in case number 9692, company witness Singh mentioned that if gas is available, 90% of customers will choose gas. He also mentioned that, according to a recent survey, 70% of Maryland customers object to gas bans.
Thank you, Dr. Coates. So you go on to ask 3 questions, and my question to you is, why did you feel that that information was needed?
Well, okay. I did not need that information to corroborate my testimony in this case. So if I was wrong to ask the questions, I apologize. I ask them because I'm the Assistant Director of the Gas, Telecommunications, and Water Division, and the Maryland Public Service Commission, as the commissioners have been made really clear through their questioning, has a much broader scope of thinking right now about gas and the future of gas and the regulation of gas utilities. And I have heard statements like this just thrown around, and I thought, here's my chance to get some data that I've not been able to find anywhere. And so I jumped at that opportunity.
Thank you for that, Dr. Coates. And by no means am I suggesting your data request was improper. I think it was prudent. Did you have an opportunity to review the information that was provided in response to your data request?
I looked over it. I saw that, yes, this is what I was hoping I would. This is not specific answers. This is the kind of information I was hoping that I would be able to get. I have not studied it.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, just a little redirect. Dr. Coates, what were your recommendations regarding the STRIDE audit and your support for Mr. Enningham's recommendation? I believe it's on page 6 of your rebuttal.
Thank you. Let me see. My recommendation was that what I said was I have no concerns about eliminating them. That's lines 9 and 10. And I was relying completely on the expertise of Mr. Anyanam because he has done the STRIDE audit reviews for Baltimore Gas and Electric for all of their Stride 2 plan, plus also part of their Stride 1 plan. So I relied completely on his expertise in knowing what he found to be valuable information, and he requested a great deal of information and what he found to be of less value. And I felt it was important to keep what is of value and set aside what is not.
Thank you. And regarding these staff data requests, 159-01 through 3, none of your pre-filed testimony discusses or relies on these data requests. These data requests were asked during the hearing, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Staff has no further questions.
Any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Sushman.
Good morning, Dr. Coates.
Good morning.
I actually just wanted to talk to you a little bit about your recommendations regarding Stride, and let me know if I'm wrong. But your testimony recommends movement of Stride to the MYP, but to continue the Stride reporting requirements. Is that correct? Just in general.
My testimony does not object to moving the Stride into the MYP, but does say if we do move the Stride into the MYP, we should keep the reporting requirements recommended by Mr. Anyanam.
Okay. And then you didn't, I think what you said in your Stride, in your testimony was also that, that the $2 surcharge cap rarely was hit, so that you didn't see a big concern in moving the Stride projects to MYP.
That's correct. Until the surcharge cap is hit, well, let me back up from there. We pay for Stride projects, all of BGE's customers, we pay for them through that surcharge. For residential customers, the most we could pay in any month is $2. If the costs of the project, after dividing them among all the customers, is less than $2 per bill, then we pay the full cost. If it hits $2 per bill, more than $2, then some part of it is deferred.
Right.
So because BG&E has hardly ever hit that surcharge cap, the customers are already paying the full cost. So my analysis simply shows that whether we pay the full cost through Stride or whether we pay it through the MYP is not going to have a big effect on us as customers.
Okay. So I think my concern, and so this, I just wanted to ask you a little bit about whether there is something, so whether the cap is hit or not, there is a psychological benefit of having a cap, just so that you can assure customers that it's never going to go above $2. And so I guess the question is, and I appreciate your testimony about continuing the reporting requirements as giving us additional information about how the spend is going. And is there anything else that we could put into place if we move everything over to MYP that can give the ratepayers some assurance that their rates won't go dramatically higher because of an increase in build? Do you understand what I'm asking?
I understand what you're asking. What I would say is, right now, each time a case is filed, the Stride projects are rolled into rate base. And the ratepayers continue to pay for them. It's just that they don't see it. And so right now, we may be giving ratepayers the impression that they'll never pay more than $2 for Stride work, when that's not true, because once it's rolled in, we are paying more than $2. In fact, the commission even talks about that. Let me find that in my testimony. The commission actually makes it clear that the amount that we pay for Stride exceeds the $2. Do you remember that? It's in my testimony. I can find it if you give me a minute.
So I guess, well, and that's okay, and I can accept that subject to my checking.
Okay.
But I guess the question is, in moving forward, are there any guardrails that we can put in that can give you? I mean, so even if we've never hit the cap, there is a psychological benefit to having something that gives you comfort that that the rates, even though the rates may have actually gone up, but at least there is a sense that there's some protection in place. And so I'm actually sort of asking, going forward, you have an opportunity now to opine whether there might be some other mechanism that we can utilize, the commission, to make sure that that customers' rates don't go up in a way that would be felt by them, particularly low-income customers who sort of most dramatically feel even small increases.
I understand. I agree with the concern. I'm just not the person to ask.
Okay. No, that's fair. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell. Commissioner Richard.
Good morning, Ms. Coates.
Good morning.
Just, I think, want to understand the staff recommendation. And so yesterday we heard testimony from Mr. Aninem, and is it your understanding that he has identified, I would call it a subset of BG's gas projects, and he's identified them or called them stride-like? I think you used the word stride-type specific projects. Is that correct?
I am relying on witness Anyanam's ability to determine what are stride-type or stride-like projects, because I wouldn't know.
Okay. Well, and that I'm trying to get to what your testimony goes to. So we have these stride-like projects. They're beyond. They're not stride 2.
I think what he's referring to is the projects that we could think of as these would have been stride 3, but they're not. And that's what is in my head as my understanding of what he's saying. I've talked to him a lot, but I didn't ask him that specific question. That's my thinking.
And that's what was coming on. My next question, should I consider that like it's a stride 3? It's just they're now stride, type. BG hasn't introduced this as a stride 3. So that's the way staff is approaching this.
That's the way I'm thinking of it,
Okay.
is there are projects that BGE will be doing. They're not putting them under stride, but staff still wants to be able to preview them, still wants to do some kind of post-analysis true-up. True-up's the wrong word, but analysis of whether they stayed within budget, all the things that witness Anyanam is asking for. And if I've misstated what he's asking for, that was my error, not his. But those 2 reports that he's asking for, that he still wants to be able to look at those, just like he's been looking at them in past years, and analyze them. And in some sense, that is the reassurance. I mean, maybe the average ratepayer doesn't know that they're being reassured by that, but that's, for me, the reassurance is that witness Anyanam, who knows this stuff, is still looking at those. He's still making sure that these projects make sense and that they're being handled in a way that he considers correct.
Okay. Yeah, and that's the way I'm looking at it as well, but just wanted to get some kind of a clarification. So if this is like a stride 3, is it, can I say your testimony then basically is saying we should deal with stride 3 pretty much in MYP 2 the way we dealt with stride 2 in MYP 1. Is that kind of, I mean,
I'm not saying that, I don't think, because during MYP 1, stride 2 was still actually a separate program, which meant the company had to follow all the stride 2 whatever, that everything encompassed in that, and maintain it separately.
Right.
I believe that the work would be managed in a more unified manner. But again, I think the company would better be able to explain how they would manage it once it was put together. I can't answer that.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I just, again, was looking at your testimony side by side with Mr. Ananem, and so that's the way I was looking at it, that this is kind of like a stride 3, and your testimony was, let's handle it in a similar fashion in MYP2 as we handled stride 2 in MYP1, and again, you're making that face again, but yes, we wouldn't have the requirements, the strict requirements of stride, but you're proposing, and again, I'll watch your face, maybe that says it all, but whether we be dealing with it essentially, or at least in a similar manner. Some of the same reporting requirements, but it sounds like Mr. Ananem would relax some of the reporting requirements, but would still want the detail, the annual detail. So I'm just missing your testimony?
No, I don't think you are, but I'm uncomfortable with the statement that stride, it would be handled during MYP2 the way it was handled in MYP1, because I think there is a difference in that I believe that what the company, I'm speaking for the company, I'm speaking for Mr. Anyanam. Okay. I believe that what the company is asking, and what I said I had no objection to, was that they would not file a stride 3. I believe that's the idea. They will not file a stride 3. So we do not have a separate stride 3 plan.
I got it. But hasn't Mr. Ananem, suggested that this is a stride, these are stride-like projects?
I think he's
Okay.
referring to projects that could qualify for stride.
Right. And you just said that you were kind of approaching it the way I was thinking. It's kind of like a stride 3, where it's just not been filed as a stride 3.
I don't know that I've ever thought of it in those terms, but that may be that I was thinking of the projects that would have gone into stride 3 as now still having this extra scrutiny. That puts it exactly as I was thinking it. The projects that would have gone into stride 3, or some group of projects like that, would now receive scrutiny as that Mr. Anyanam recommends.
Okay. All right. Well, I think, we've gone probably as far as we can in this conversation, but thank you for your answers, and maybe if there's any clarification in the staff's, final filing, maybe that could be addressed there. Just to see if our thinking, sounds like we were thinking similarly, but I'm just trying to figure out how we translate that and how it applies to, MYP1 and MYP2. So.
I understand. Mr. Anyanam, I'm certain, would be able to give more detail.
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to do a follow-up on that colloquy because the whole discussion is making me uncomfortable. And so, STRIDE is simply an advanced recovery mechanism for work products. Whether it's done within STRIDE or without STRIDE, not our decision. And if someone decides, some utility decides to do work outside of STRIDE in their normal plant maintenance for safety and reliability, without utilizing the advanced recovery of STRIDE, that's not something we got to evaluate against STRIDE criteria, because, well, it just doesn't make any sense. The only thing that makes something STRIDE is that we're allowing for advanced recovery. And so I'm trying to figure out what this whole discussion is STRIDE-like and almost kind of STRIDE-like and maybe STRIDE-like. We're going to evaluate it like it was STRIDE, but it's not.
That's their words.
I don't get it. I don't get any of that. Because STRIDE is simply a recovery mechanism that allows the utility to advance some work. But it should have been doing this work all along, in my view of the world, because it's it's the responsibility of their monopoly franchise to maintain that system in a safe and reliable manner. Unfortunately, they haven't over the years. It's an old system, and they, for whatever reason, they didn't keep up on it. And in order to incentivize the improvements that were necessary to catch back up, the legislature said, all right, we'll give you this advanced recovery mechanism, but get to it. But that doesn't say you can't do work outside of this. So can you comment, Dr. Coates, on that whole, my perception of why I'm uncomfortable with that whole discussion?
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate this. I'm so thankful that you brought us back to the main point, which is that STRIDE and the MYP are both just ways to recover work done, and they both are forward-looking. And this was really my main point in saying that if we're going to have an MYP, to simultaneously have STRIDE would be duplicative. And I think I agree completely with what you just said.
I mean, there's not a list, a magical list out there that says this is STRIDE-like projects. If you're going to do any work on these, we need to evaluate them per some magical STRIDE criteria that I've never seen.
That I know nothing about. That you'd have to ask Mr. Anyanam. I'm sorry. I don't know how that's determined which projects would be STRIDE-like.
All right. Well, I'm sorry. I just this whole discussion caught my ear, and it's like, what are we talking about here? How did this get into the milieu?
It probably got into the milieu because instead of saying I don't know, I tried to continue a conversation that was not my ballywick. Sorry.
No, it's not your fault. I need to understand, like, what is this whole discussion? I don't get it. And I really was truly trying to understand it. So it's nobody's fault. It's not your fault, Dr. Coates. You're trying to do a good job. I understand that for our staff and for the citizens of Maryland. Nobody's fault, just trying to understand on my part what this is all about. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I had.
After that discussion, maybe I'm just not understanding what staff recommendation is. I thought the recommendation is to pull, as again, those weren't my words. Those are the words from your testimony
Right.
and from Mr. Anaman,
Mhm.
that there were STRIDE-like projects and that they should be pulled out as an MYP. If I'm mistaken, then please just correct me now.
I'm sorry. No, I do not know what the STRIDE-like projects are or how one identifies them, and I overspoke. But Mr. Anyanam seems to know because he's the one who recommended that we have this additional reporting. So I would rely on his expertise as the engineer, not on mine as an economist.
Okay.
I apologize.
Then
sir.
and then again, I mean, I largely agree with what Commissioner O'Donnell just said. It's just an early recovery methodology. But going now to your testimony, it was my understanding that staff is recommending that we treat these so-called STRIDE-like projects as in the same manner as we did, and I know this is getting past, so I'm not going to ask the question that way, but that we treat these as like we did STRIDE, like they be pulled out and treated as STRIDE projects.
I don't know if that's what witness Anyanam means.
All right, well-
I know he wants extra reporting. I'm fully supportive of an engineer who wants reporting. I support that.
Okay, and it was also my understanding, which is why I'm trying to ask I'm asking these questions because I want to understand what the staff recommendation is, that these specific projects not get any early recovery. In fact, that they would receive recovery at the end of the MYP3, which is my understanding how we handled MYP1.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question, but
Okay, well that's fine.
Okay.
If any,
they would not be recovered through a STRIDE surcharge. That is what I'm
Right.
saying.
That-
Yes,
exactly.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
so there would be no
we've
early
met.
recovery under the staff recommendation.
They would be recovered in the same way as everything else under the MYP.
Okay. All right. Again, I largely agree with what the way that Commissioner O'Donnell just characterized this, but if I'm understanding staff recommendation, then then we are dealing this as if it were STRIDE, and in a similar fashion to the MYP one. But again, I'm not asking you to answer that question. Maybe in briefs you can clear this up. So I can
Thank
understand.
you, Commissioner. I apologize.
No apologies. No apologies. It could be just my complete misunderstanding of what the staff recommendation is. So that's
My full intent was to support witness Anya Nam's recommendation. That was my only intent.
Understood.
Okay,
Very good.
thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schlesman.
Okay, so I'm going to follow up, and hopefully I'm going to stay in your lane. And you'll let me know if you and I are both like veering off the road. Okay, so what you're recommending is just switching gears on a mechanism. So both are forward thinking. One is sort of forward and immediate with some with a prudency review later in the process, but concurrent recovery, cost recovery when the project is initiated. That would be STRIDE. And then you're basically just having you are not objecting to us moving off of STRIDE and onto MYP.
That's correct.
Okay. And then staff is also recommending continuing the STRIDE reporting requirements. And so this is where I'm starting to get a little bit confused and a little bit concerned. So, because there isn't, once you move over to MYP, there's not going to be a STRIDE program.
That's correct. All the work would be done under one program. And so if the question you're asking is how do you identify which projects then need this extra reporting, my complete answer is I have no idea.
Okay, and now I'm a little concerned. So, and I did ask one of the, now I'm just confused, but I asked a witness, it could have been PEPCO, could have been staff, to identify the sort of the STRIDE-like projects, for lack of a better term, and I'm sorry, Commissioner O'Donnell, for that. But the person I asked identified the 60677 and the 58034. I'm sure that you could not possibly, and I couldn't possibly if I didn't go through my stack of papers and write it down. So one is Operation Pipeline, one is gas replacements, and so that person identified those as the kinds of programs, STRIDE programs, that would have been in STRIDE 3 but are now moving over to MYP. But there's a whole list of other projects that the company would be doing, and so I guess this is a question for staff, and I know that Dr. Coates, you can't answer that, but now I'm confused about what exactly staff is recommending. I think OPC is also recommending continuation, or although you're recommending just disallowance of MYP. But so I'm just going to focus on staff. If you are recommending continuation of the reporting requirements, is that going to be reporting for all projects that the company is going to be undertaking, or only the STRIDE-like programs? And that's going to cause confusion, because then you're going to have to identify what are STRIDE-like. And I guess the challenge is once you discontinue STRIDE, then is there even a STRIDE-like project? And I guess you can't answer that, but I'm asking staff to be able to respond to this.
Yes, Commissioner Suchman, staff will clarify these questions in our brief. And just for the record right now, STRIDE-like programs usually are defined as projects that are similar to STRIDE but don't meet the definitions of the projects outlined in the STRIDE statute.
Yeah, but
again, we will answer all these questions.
Well, I can just tell you in advance that I'm going to have a problem if you pick and choose what projects should be reported on, it's going to be so much cleaner if the requirement is that for all project builds in the MYP, there's just a reporting requirement. Otherwise, it's gonna create confusion and litigation, and we probably won't like that, and you probably won't like that either. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Suchman, and obviously whatever the commission orders in the MYP regarding the STRIDE projects or reporting requirements, staff will comply.
Your Honor, BGE can offer our witness Frayne, who is intimately involved with the reporting, to answer your questions. He has indicated he feels like he could give you some clarity.
Mr. Chair, if I may. But you're not recommending the additional reporting.
We actually, no, we agreed to
Oh,
staff.
so that's right. You did agree to
Yes.
that. Okay.
So we can say what we think we've agreed to, and hopefully that will be good.
That would make it a little clearer for me.
Well, Mr. Chairman, do we also get to hear from then staff? I'd like to, I don't want to hear the BGE characterize staff recommendation.
Well, no, I
So
mean,
we
it'd
can't-
be our understanding. We're just trying to help.
No,
We're
no,
not
I understand.
trying to-
So, but if we do bring back Mr. Frayne, are we going to need to bring back?
Oh, actually, Onion is here too.
Yeah, I understand. So,
But I still think this could be resolved in briefs. I think at this point,
Well,
everyone hears
staff-
the confusion, and the staff can brief, and the company
Okay.
can brief.
Your Honor, I'm getting a little concerned. Generally, there's a page limit on briefs, and we're throwing a lot of stuff into briefs that if we can get it resolved here, it'd be better
well,
than.
I understand, but I also don't want this thing to last till next week. So.
Right, and if it can be done quickly.
Yes, I think it can.
And maybe it could be done on the next break.
Sure.
And then if we can take a break and then the councils can get together and do a representation, that would make things go a lot quicker.
Staff witness Anneman is here and can
Yeah, I
address our
understand. So,
questions
okay.
if necessary.
So, let me ask one question.
Yes, sir.
If we accept this recommendation of moving the STRIDE programs and costs into the multi-year plan, can we then make a recommendation to the General Assembly that they eliminate BG&E's participation from the STRIDE program?
I don't know that a recommendation to the General Assembly is needed. If it is, I don't know anything about that, sir.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Thanks. Well, actually, let's move on to the next witness. And when we break for lunch, maybe staff and the company can get together and talk about a possible addressing of this issue that's limited, and then we can deal with after lunch. And then you can make a proposal to us, and we'll see if that satisfies what we need. So,
Okay.
so at this point, why don't you move on to the next witness you were going to call? So.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Hoover, Commissioners. Staff would like to call staff witness Evan Thomas to the stand, please.
I do.
Good morning, Mr. Thomas. Please state your name for the record.
Evan Thomas.
Mr. Thomas, by whom are you employed and in what division?
I'm employed by the Public Service Commission of Maryland, and I'm a regulatory economist in the Telecommunications, Gas, and Water Division.
Do you have before you a document entitled Direct Testimony and Exhibits of Evan Thomas on behalf of the staff of the Public Service Commission of Maryland, dated June 20th, 2023, consisting of 45 pages and 3 exhibits?
I do.
Chair Hoover, I'd like to have Mr. Thomas' direct testimony marked for identification as Staff Exhibit 24, please.
So, Mark.
Mr. Thomas, do you have before you a document entitled Sir Rebuttal Testimony of Evan Thomas on behalf of the staff of the Public Service Commission of Maryland, dated August 25th, 2023, consisting of 21 pages and 5 exhibits?
I do.
Chair Hoover, I would like to have Mr. Thomas' Sir Rebuttal marked for identification as Staff Exhibit 25, please.
So marked.
Mr. Thomas, were Staff Exhibits 24 and 25 prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
They were.
Do you have any changes or corrections to either of those documents?
I do. To my Sir Rebuttal on pages 19 and 20, just a couple or a few minor changes. Beginning on page 19, on line 4, I state toward the left of the line, and 21 or 2021 and 2021, that second 2021 should be 2022, and so that indicates the 2021 and 2022 reconciliation rates. And then further down on line 8, on the right hand side of line 8, it reads average bill increases of 9%. That 9% should be 10%. And then on line 10, it reads toward the left, compared to increases of 16.1%, that 16.1% should be 16.9%. And then turning to page 20, I will explain why those numbers are changing. And so on page 20, we have tables 10 and 11. First, the second column in these tables reads company proposed average bill. I want to strike company. It should just be proposed average bill. These are with staff's recommendations. And then below the heading, we see in both tables, we see rate year 1, and there is Schedule D. The proposed average bill for Schedule D in rate year 1 in table 10 should change from $61.05 to $61.57. And then the data points to the right of that will change accordingly. So the increase in the average bill changes from $5.05 to $5.75, and the percent increase changes from 9% to 10%, and that 10% is what is reflected on page 19, the previous page. And the same change is occurring to, well, not the same change, but in table 11, very similarly, under rate year 1, Schedule D, under the proposed average bill, I am changing it from $64.99 to $65.51. And then again, the right two data points are changing accordingly. The increase in the average bill is changing from $8.99 to $9.51. And then the percent increase is changing from 16.1% to 16.9%. And the reason for these changes is that the previous numbers did not include the 2021 imbalance recovery, but it was my intention to include that, and so that is my apologies.
Do these changes to your Sir Rebuttal testimony change your recommendations?
No.
Mr. Thomas, to your knowledge and belief, is your testimony true and correct?
Yes.
Does it remain your testimony in this case today?
Yes.
Your Honor, staff would move staff exhibits 24 and 25 into evidence, and staff will provide a red line copy of those changes just for everyone's ease and access that Mr. Thomas made on the stand, and I'd offer the witness for cross-examination.
So, seeing no objections, testimony is admitted. Walmart.
Yes, actually, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Thomas.
Good morning.
My name is Barry Naum. I represent Walmart. Just have a couple of quick questions for you out of your direct testimony, if you could please turn to that, and specifically page 3.
Okay. Okay, I'm there.
Beginning on line 13, you begin a discussion about the important principles of rate design according to Professor Bonbright. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you list specifically cost causation as one of those principles.
I do.
I just want to confirm for the record that in your capacity as an expert in this field, that you believe that cost causation is a separate important consideration in the development of rate design.
I think I would. I think it depends what you mean by separate consideration. I would consider cost causation with the other criteria or rate design principles that I specify at the top of this answer here.
Great, and I understand that, and I appreciate that. And also understanding that you work for the, I think you said telecom, water, and gas division. Is it your understanding that those principles equally apply to the electric rate design as well?
I do not work in electricity, as you stated, but that is my understanding.
Okay. If we move to page 5 of your direct, you begin, you have a discussion of fairness.
Yes.
On page 5. And would you agree that cost causation and fairness are interrelated in many ways?
I would definitely agree with that.
And on page 5 at the bottom, beginning on line 20, you begin a discussion about the relationship between interclass rate design and intra-class rate design. And then on page 6, you have a discussion regarding subsidization. Mr. Thomas, would you agree that subsidies, whether interclass or intra-class, should be avoided wherever possible?
Yes, generally speaking, but again, when coming to my recommendations, I do consider the principles that were on the previous page that I previously identified.
Understood. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Sierra Club. Amtrak Montgomery County Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County IBW, DOD, MEA,
No questions, Your Honor.
OPC,
No questions, Your Honor.
BG&E.
I do have some questions, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Thomas. My name is Brent Balea. I'm one of the attorneys for BGE. Nice to meet you.
Good morning. Nice to meet you.
I'd like to ask you some questions today about Schedule C gas customers.
Okay.
Now, as I understand it, you're proposing a change in the current declining block rate structure that applies to Schedule C
That is correct.
gas customers. And BGE also agrees with revisiting that. But there's a difference between what you're recommending and what BGE is recommending in terms of when that would be implemented. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
And so your proposal is to start phasing out that way of that rate design during the next MYP period by the end of 2026.
That is correct. So I phase it out, through 2024, 2025, and 2026.
Okay. And BGE's position is, yes, we should phase this out, but we need to do a cost of service study first to figure out what the actual impacts would be to those customers who would be impacted by this change.
Absolutely.
But your recommendation is to proceed without that evaluation. Is that correct?
That's correct. In coming to this recommendation, my main, I think, point here is the energy efficiency argument and the state policy argument, right? And so, given those considerations, I do recommend to start phasing out in this MYP.
Okay. You would agree that gradualism is an important thing to consider too, right?
Sure. Yes.
Can you please turn to page 13 of your Sir rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And let me know when you're there.
Okay, I'm there.
And did you, on page 13, there's something called Table 5. Did you prepare, I assume you prepared Table 5.
I
This is
did
your
prepare
testimony,
this.
right?
Yes.
And this Table 5 is showing bill impacts for Schedule C customers that use 10,000 therms or more per month. And you've got a column that looks at what the impacts are under the current rates and then what they would be under your proposal for changing the declining rate or phasing out the declining rate block. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I'd like you to focus on customers kind of that use 37,500 therms per month. That's kind of the second from the last row.
No, I see.
Okay. And so you've got rate year 1, which would be 2024, rate year 2, which would be 2025, and rate year 3, which would be 2026. For these customers, a customer that uses 37,500 therms per month, their monthly bill under the current rate would be about $13,500 per month. Correct?
Correct.
And going to, under your proposal, that same customer, if we were to go down to rate year 3 and look at what their rate would be, their monthly bill rather would be under your proposal, it would be over $26,000, correct?
That is correct.
And that's roughly double what they'd pay in 2024, correct?
Correct.
That doesn't seem very gradual to me. Does that seem gradual to you?
In coming to this recommendation, again, I'm considering the state policies and energy efficiency, and so that I think is taking a stronger influence in coming to this recommendation.
Okay. Do you know how many BGE customers consume more than 10,000 therms per month under Schedule C?
I don't know exactly. I believe I asked a data request about it, but I forget off the top of my head.
Okay, so you did ask a data request on that?
I believe so.
Okay, let me, if I may approach, Your Honor.
Sure.
Mr. Thomas, have you had a chance to look at the document I just handed to you?
Yes.
And this document is Staff DR 149, Question 1. Did you ask this question? Were you involved in asking this question of BGE?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to have this document, Staff DR 149-1, marked as BGE Exhibit. I think we're up to 53.
That's right. So marked.
And so you asked this, is that, the question is, for each month of 2022, how many Schedule C customers consume more than 10,000 therms? So you asked this question, and have you reviewed the response?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to move BGE Exhibit 53 into evidence.
Without objection?
Mr. Thomas, did you know that there are schools and universities that would be impacted by your rate design change in Schedule C?
No, I don't think I did.
How about hospitals? Did you know about that?
I think I did know that, yes.
There are also large commercial customers who employ a lot of Marylanders. Did you know that? That would be impacted.
Staff's going to object to this line of questioning. This DR doesn't state hospitals, schools. It just gives the number of customers. So
I think
I'm going to say that counsel is testifying and adding information to the record that's not in his testimony or in this DR.
I just have one last question, and I think it's relevant because we're talking about the sorts of customers that would be impacted by Mr. Thomas's proposal.
Okay, go ahead.
My last question is, did you know that there are large commercial customers who could be impacted by your proposal?
I did know that, yes.
Thank you for your testimony. No further questions.
Redirect.
Yes. Witness Thomas, in the next potential BG&E rate case, could they file for a new definition of a large customer, or could they change their definitions of customers that fall under this category?
Yes, and I think that's the company's proposal, at least that was my understanding, that they would want to perform an analysis, and then based on the results of that analysis, with the next MYP, they may or may not, propose an additional large Schedule C customer class, if you will. And I guess if you look at their interruptible schedules, they do have two, right? So a small one and a large one, so it would be kind of similar to that.
Thank you. Staff has no further questions.
Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Schlesman? Commissioner O'Donnell?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Commissioner Richard?
No questions.
All right, thank you very much.
Chair Hoover, over here.
Yes. Oh, sure.
I just wanted to update the commission. So staff and BG council were speaking in the hallway.
Okay.
And I think what we'd like to propose, and I realize it's a little unconventional, but because we have Mr. Frayne and Mr. Anyanyam here, we would actually bring them up on the stand together so that the commissioners could ask them questions about this situation that we have in testimony that seems to have caused maybe a little confusion, try to clear it up, and then Ms. Garofalo and I would clean things up on brief if there was any remaining confusion.
Well, so, Mr. Sarmatino, your witness on this was who?
Our witness on this was Dr. Asa Hopkins.
Who, of course, isn't here.
Yes, that's correct,
So-
Your Honor.
So I guess I'm a little
I'll just add that, I'm sorry to interrupt, Chair Hoover. I don't know that Dr. Hopkins's position or statement on this would really impact what Mr. Anyanyam and Mr. Frayne are talking about, because as Mr. Sammartino indicated before, their position is that they don't want the MYP to continue.
Sure.
We're talking about if the MYP did continue, how this reporting would go forward. So I'm not sure that Dr. Hopkins' absence is a material
Well,
concern
let me,
here. But
let me hear from his counsel.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. I mean, I think OPC's position on whether the MYP is to continue or not is distinct from our position on whether how STRIDE should factor into the Commission's decision on the MYP. Dr. Hopkins opines on, and he testifies on the STRIDE reporting requirements and the importance of those. So OPC's preference would be to not recall the witnesses. That said, if the commissioners do have questions, we obviously would have no objection if there's clarity that you would like to have.
Well, we're just trying to be helpful.
No, I understand that.
Trying to
So,
be helpful.
so let me do this.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Can I just offer my opinion here that this is unorthodox. It's an unorthodox process, and I know we all know that. In an attempt to clarify, and that's appreciated. However, should further disputes arise as a result of this joint testimony between two stakeholders, I don't want it to be something that becomes the nit of the potential appeal in this entire rate case. This whole thing is making me uncomfortable.
So, actually, my suggestion was going to be that we're going to defer deciding whether or not to take up this opportunity until after the lunch break. So I want a chance to sort of talk to my fellow commissioners and get a sense as to whether we need to do this and want to do this. And so if we decide to do this, we will do it after lunch if we decide to do it. So.
Fair enough.
And Mr. Chair, if I can, if we decide not to do it, would staff and BGE be prepared to explain to us through their attorneys what it was that the two of you agreed to in terms of, I guess you can't really testify what your witnesses were offering.
And since we're all offering our opinions,
Sure.
I stand by. I would just prefer to get this in briefs. I think we were very clear, very specific about where the confusion is, and I think that can be cleared up in briefs. So that would be my preference.
Okay, Your Honors, just to be clear, staff's witness is only available to 12:30, so if we were to do this, we would need to do it now, and but
Well,
we'd be happy to do
we're
it
not going
on
to do it now.
briefs.
So that's just, I mean,
Okay, fine,
if
yes,
he's-
I just wanted you to be
yeah, no,
aware.
I understand that situation, but I'm not going to, because if the decision is to do it now, we're not going to do it. So that's sort of my view on it. Because I'm concerned about, the posture put some of the other parties in. So why don't we move on to your next witness? So.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Staff would like to call staff witness Mr. Eric Delgado to the stand, please.
I do.
Good morning, Mr. Delgado. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Eric Delgado.
Mr. Delgado, by whom are you employed and in what division?
I am employed by the Maryland Public Service Commission. I'm a regulatory economist in the Commission's Electricity Division.
Do you have before you a document entitled Direct Testimony and Exhibits of Mr. Delgado on behalf of the staff of the Public Service Commission of Maryland, dated June 20th, 2023, consisting of 28 pages and 2 exhibits?
Yes.
Chair Hoover, I would like to have Mr. Delgado's direct testimony marked for identification as Staff Exhibit 26, please.
So marked.
Mr. Delgado, do you have before you a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Eric Delgado on behalf of the staff of the Public Service Commission of Maryland, dated July 31st, 2023, consisting of 10 pages?
Yes.
Chair Hoover, I would like to have Mr. Delgado's rebuttal testimony marked for identification as Staff Exhibit 27, please.
So marked.
Mr. Delgado, do you also have before you a document entitled Sir Rebuttal Testimony of Eric Delgado on behalf of the staff of the Public Service Commission of Maryland, dated August 25th, 2023, consisting of 11 pages?
Yes.
Chair Hoover, I'd like to have Mr. Delgado's Sir Rebuttal Testimony marked for identification as Staff Exhibit 28, please.
So marked.
Mr. Delgado, were Staff Exhibits 26, 27, and 28 prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to any of those documents?
I do not.
Mr. Delgado, to your knowledge and belief, is your testimony true and correct?
Yes.
Does it remain your testimony in this case today?
Yes.
Your Honor, staff would like to move Staff Exhibits 26, 27, and 28 into evidence, please, and offer Mr. Delgado for cross-examination.
Without objection, so admitted. Walmart.
Go cross.
Sierra Club. Amtrak, Montgomery County, Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBEW, DOD, MEA,
No questions, Your Honor.
OPC,
No questions, Your Honor.
Baltimore Gas Electric.
No questions, Your Honor.
Any from
questions.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Delgado.
Thank you.
Mr. Garrett?
Yeah, we'll bring it. Yeah, yeah, that's kind of what I figured, yeah, so,
Your Honor, staff would like to call Mr. James Guerin to the stand, please.
Good morning, Your Honors.
So,
Apologize for my tardiness and disheveled appearance. I've had a morning, as you may have heard.
no problem. Actually,
Yes, I do.
Mr. Guerin, could you describe who you work for and who you're providing testimony for?
Yes, I work for GDS Associates, Inc. It's a consulting firm out of, I work out of Georgia. I am employed by, I've been retained by the Public Service Commission staff to provide expert witness testimony on depreciation.
Thank you. Do you have a document entitled The Direct Testimony Exhibits of James S. Guerin, dated June 20, 2023? Excuse me. June 20, 2023?
Yes.
And was this document prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this. I believe it's Staff Exhibit 29.
So marked.
You also have a document entitled The Sir Rebuttal Testimony and Exhibits of James S. Guerin, dated August 25, 2023.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as Staff Exhibit number 30.
So marked.
And both these documents were prepared by you, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have any corrections or changes to these documents?
I do not.
And these documents represent your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to move Staff Exhibits number 29 and 30 into the administrative record.
So admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Walmart.
No cross, Mr. Chairman.
Sierra Club. Amtrak, Montgomery County, Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IEBW, DOD, MEA,
No questions, Your Honor.
OPC,
No cross, Your Honor.
BG&E.
No cross.
Any questions?
No questions.
Commissioner O'Donnell. Commissioner Richard.
I guess I should ask the same question of you as I asked of the OPC witness, but again, we've moved so quickly. Let me see if I can. Did you have a chance to watch any of the testimony of Mr. Ailes?
I watched it in part. Unfortunately, I don't know that I watched the whole segment.
It was pretty lengthy. So the question and I believe this goes to the issue you raised in your Sir rebuttal. You question whether these life of these assets, would they be impacted by the state policies of decarbonization and electrification? His basic response, summarizing subject to Jack, that it was based on his experience. So he tried to answer the OPC objection. Since I don't have it, but there was concerns by OPC that his assumptions were unfounded, and is that basically yours as well? There's not research behind it.
I don't know. I apologize for.
I'm trying to move quickly. The question I asked of the OPC witness is, he said it was based on his experience. I believe it was 17 years experience, and that he had opportunity to work with the many utilities, and he's inspected sites, and so therefore that's why his shorter asset life.
Your Honor, I don't know that I would go so far as to say that I think that his opinion is unfounded, but I think that it's unsupported. I think that the consequences of the efforts to reduce carbon emissions and to move to electrification and heating are going to be very complex. And the consequences of that on the plant that is currently in service is not, I think, so easy to assess. For instance, I think one of the very first consequences that comes to mind is the fact that we're going to be adding a great deal of plant to our electric, to BG&E's electric plant. And the consequence of that, sort of right off the top of my head, is that the remaining lives are likely to increase rather than decrease, even if the average service life were to decrease over for the existing plant. And I'm not certain that I agree that that it would. I think that the margins will likely result in, as I believe I said in my rebuttal testimony, in a increase in retirements on long-lived, on the high-age plant, such that we'll see a kind of bending of the curve at the far end. And on balance, that probably results in a slight decrease in average service lives going forward, but more in a change to the retirement curves. Now, all of that, I think, is possibly true. But I think that what I said in my rebuttal testimony and what I believe is that it is deserving of more study and more scrutiny than kind of passing subjective opinion in rebuttal testimony. You know, this should be developed in direct testimony and in the study, and the possible consequences given a little more careful analysis of what the likely results will be. And
okay.
that's my opinion.
And just to be clear, it wasn't in Mr. Ailis's testimony. It was as a result of Cross, and so that's when he offered his response, and based on his experience. And you said something is deserving of additional research. So at this point, are you saying that there really hasn't been a lot of I guess consideration of how state policies or even national policies like decarbonization, electrification, how those will have any impact on again service lives of these assets?
Yeah, I think that the matter is just starting to be carefully analyzed on a kind of industry level, and I think that we will start to see more agreement about what types of plant are going to be built out, how that's going to impact the existing grid. And we're just starting to do that thinking on a kind of industry level. And I think it's too soon to start to reach solid conclusions about a particular set of existing plant in a particular company. For instance, to assume that the average service life might be 5 years less than it otherwise would be, or something along those lines. And that's not exactly what Mr. Ailis is saying. Mr. Ailis seems to suggest in his rebuttal testimony, not in his direct testimony, that that he took those factors into consideration, and that those factors would result in shorter lives rather than longer lives. I think that that's possibly true, but I think is too certain a conclusion for the amount of information we have right now.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your testimony.
Quite welcome.
Thank you, Chair Hoover.
Actually, Commissioner O'Donnell, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. I was getting my jacket on.
No problem.
Expected to get through a depreciation witness in lightning speed after having spent seemed like forever on depreciation before. But anyway, I have no questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, if we have this situation with a company like BG&E that's electric and gas, and you have the future that may be a significant decrease in one half of the house, the gas house, because of governmental policies, but a significant increase in the amount of business in the other side of the house, the electric part, again because of governmental policies. I mean, what's the process for, determining, the values on the depreciation when you have, one side that may be dramatically increasing and the other side sort of going away?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think there isn't a clear answer. I think this is going to be a somewhat unprecedented process as we move to rapidly declining gas plant and rapidly increasing electric plant. But my point of view is that, the way that the information flows is you see the regulation go into place, and then on a sort of industry-wide basis, plans are discussed, researched, and then specific project plans are implemented on a company level. And I think that once we get to the point where BGE has specific plans, projects that they have for the immediate future, to retire a significant gas plant, to build out a significant electric plant, that's the point at which you really want to start to you have enough information to really move to change your depreciation expectations for the future. So when BGE puts forward specific plans to start retiring gas plant in the 5-year range and a 10-year range, and not just a kind of nebulous intention as resulting from regulation, then we can start to get serious about saying, okay, we think we need to, to expect that this plant will be depreciated over the next 10 years, 15 years, what have you. That's my assessment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Quite welcome.
So I think we're gonna break for lunch, because I think the last staff witness might actually take some time, so we'll come back at 1:15. And we'll give a definitive answer about the proffer that was sort of on the table regarding recalling of the witnesses. So with that, we'll see you at 1:15.
Dave, can we do a mic test?
Dan, can you hear me?
I can, thanks. I'm going to put you back on mute.
Okay, back on the record. So we have decided not to recall either of the two witnesses, but instead we will be issuing a bench data request, and I'll turn to Commissioner Sushman for that.
Okay, so I'm going to read the request. Actually, let me read it from here. It's easier on me. And it is 3 parts. And so if you need me to repeat it, please just ask. Okay, so the first question is, please identify the specific project identifiers in the proposed multi-year rate plan that you are requesting reporting on that is above the standard multi-year rate plan reporting. Okay, so you're good for that? I mean, I understand it's going to be in the record anyway, but. Okay. Number 2, if the additional reporting does not apply to all multi-year rate plan projects, please explain why.
And when you say multi-year plan projects, you mean this particular multi-year?
That's right. That's right. The multi-year plan projects proposed by BGE. Okay. And then the third is, please explain what this additional reporting will entail. Okay, is that clear to everybody? Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, Ms. Garofalo, you want to?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Hoppick.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garofalo.
Mr. Hoppick, I'd like to get your testimony into evidence here.
Do I need to be sworn?
Oh,
Yeah, actually,
you
yeah.
do.
So,
I
yeah, so just
apologize.
raise your hand, Dave, so.
Yep.
Hello, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury the testimony you have about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Hoppick, do you have with you testimony filed in this case entitled Direct Testimony and Exhibits of David Hoppick on behalf of the staff, dated June 20th, 2023, and it is there is a public version of this and a confidential version of this.
I do.
And do you have with you a document that is it's entitled Direct Testimony and Exhibits of David Hoppick, but it's dated July 31, 2023. Should we change the name of that?
Yes, that's. I have one correction for my direct, one correction for my rebuttal, and one correction for my surrebuttal. And my correction to my rebuttal is the cover page says direct, not rebuttal, but everything else says rebuttal.
Okay. So on the cover it should say rebuttal testimony.
Yes.
And then, and there's a public version only of that.
Yes, my rebuttal and surrebuttal are public only.
Okay. And so, and then you have a third set of testimony and exhibits, surrebuttal testimony and exhibits of David Hoppick.
I do.
Filed on behalf of staff, dated August 25th, 2023. Correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Now, were these testimonies prepared by you or under your supervision?
They were.
And do you have any corrections that you would like to make to these testimonies?
Yes. So starting with my direct testimony, it is a table title. So it's table 15. So in both, the correction is the same in the public and confidential versions, and in both the public and confidential versions, it's on page 76. So currently, it reads Table 15, Rider 16, Rate Year 1 Reconciliation Rates, dash, Recovery 2021 Reconciliation and Balance. It should read, or my correction is to Rider 16, Rate Year 1 and 2 reconciliation rates dash recovery 2021 and 2022 reconciliation imbalance.
And you have no additional, correction?
No additional corrections to
that.
my direct testimony.
And with regard to your rebuttal, we fixed the one change in your rebuttal, correct?
Yeah, it's the cover page on the front. It says direct testimony and exhibits of David Hoppeck. It should say rebuttal testimony and exhibits of David Hoppeck.
And then with regard to your surrebuttal testimony and exhibits dated August 25th, do you have any changes or corrections you'd like to make?
Yeah, I have one correction, and it's to a footnote. It's footnote 83. That's found on page 25. So at the very end of the footnote 83 on page 25, it says in italics C, and then O'Neill Direct Company Exhibit AMO-5. That needs to be changed to AMO-2.
Thank you. Were these testimonies prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And if you were asked the same questions contained in these testimonies today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And do you adopt these testimonies and exhibits as your sworn testimony for the purposes of this proceeding?
I do.
So, Your Honor, I would ask that the direct testimony and exhibits of David Hoppeck be marked for identification as Staff Exhibit 31.
So marked.
Public version. And that the proprietary version of that be marked as 31A.
No, actually, what we've been doing is the public versions have been 31, would be 31A. The confidential version would be 31B. That's kind of how
Okay,
you've
all
been
right.
doing it, so.
So I would ask then that the direct testimony and exhibits public version be 31A, and that the confidential version of Mr. Hoppeck's direct testimony and exhibits be 31B.
So marked.
And I would ask that Mr. Hoppeck's rebuttal testimony and exhibits be marked for identification as 32, and we don't need a letter here, correct?
If there's only one version, then, you just go with the number. So.
Staff Exhibit 32. And then I would ask that Mr. Hoppeck's surrebuttal testimony and exhibits be marked for identification as Staff Exhibit 33.
So marked.
And I would ask that these be moved, I would like to move these into evidence.
No objection.
So admitted.
Witnesses available for cross-examination.
Walmart.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Hoppeck.
Good afternoon.
My name is Barry Naum. I represent Walmart in this proceeding, and I just have what I hope will be a very brief line of questioning for you. Could you please turn to your direct testimony on page 20?
Yes, give me a moment to get there, please. Okay, I am on page 20.
Great, thank you. Mr. Hoppeck, on page 20 of your direct, you discuss Professor Bombright's principles of public utility rates and the principles that you believe are necessary for the design of rates. At line 8, you include, you state that the rate design process should aim to avoid undue discrimination, enable the utility to earn sufficient revenue, be fair to ratepayers, avoid rate shock, lead to gradual changes in rates if needed, and induce consumer rationing. Were you able to watch the hearing when staff witness Thomas testified?
Yes, I was watching the hearing.
Okay, I couldn't help but notice that Mr. Thomas also included in his list of principles the principle of cost causation, but you don't include it on page 20. However, you do, if we go down to page 21, you discuss within the concept of fairness cost causation. My question, Mr. Hoppick, is do you believe that cost causation is just one element of fairness, or is the principle of cost causation a principle that the Commission and utilities should consider on its own?
Can you refer me to the second part? Because you were referring to page 20 of my testimony, and then you referred to another.
Yes, then on page 21, the very next page.
Okay,
You
I
discuss,
see where you are.
yeah, you discussed fairness, and then you discuss cost causation within that discussion. Do you need me to repeat my question?
Yes, that would probably be helpful.
Well, so I'm just wondering, Mr. Hoppick, if you think that considerations of cost causation is just an element of fairness, or is cost causation a principle of rate design that warrants its own investigation?
So looking at my testimony, so I'm looking on page 21, and I'm starting on line 4. I talked about fairness in apportioning the revenue to customers and customer classes based on the cost of service for those customers. And then I note that this is the principle of cost causation. So, I would say they're synonymous. Certainly, cost causation is one of the primary factors that goes into rate-making decisions before the Maryland Commission.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's very helpful. Then if we could go back up to page 20, if you don't mind. You also mentioned the principle of inducing rationing, and you discuss consumer rationing. Is it fair that when you refer to inducing rationing that you're referring to conservation or what we have also referred to as energy efficiency?
I think what I'm referring to here is more in the lines of economic efficiency, in that the rates should roughly reflect the cost of actually accounting for gradualism, providing the service. And if you do that, it will generally discourage on economic consumption, which is consistent with energy conservation and energy efficiency goals.
Okay, so based on your response that you just gave me there, what I hear you saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what I hear you saying is that it's important for rates to give proper price signals to customers. Is that a generally fair estimation of,
yes,
of your belief?
That has to be balanced with gradualism. I would also note, if you look at page 19, on the prior page, though, it talks about, starting on line 15, utility rates in general and individually are designed to be consistent with regulatory principles, as well as the policy priorities of the state of Maryland and the commission. So all of those things together need to be considered.
Great, thank you. So when I read the phrase induce customer rationing, I was getting a little nervous that perhaps what you meant was that rates should be artificially high to cause customers to use less, but that is not what you're saying, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So if we, next series of questions, let's move to your rebuttal testimony, if you don't mind, Mr. Hoppick.
Okay. I'm there.
And specifically,
Page number?
I'll be on page 3, sir.
Okay, give me a moment. Three. Okay.
Your rebuttal
I'm
testimony.
on page 3.
Okay, great, thank you. Your rebuttal testimony at this point is referring in responding to a proposal made by Walmart witness Mr. Cronauer. Mr. Cronauer proposes a rate design change that would reduce the amount of demand costs that are recovered through volumetric rates. And you state in here just one sentence that I just want to explore with you a little more. On line 8, you state that continuing to recover a portion of demand-related costs through volumetric rates in classes with a distribution demand charge encourages customers to focus on reduction in energy use as well as reductions in demand. Is that correct?
Yeah, I state that. I wrote that.
Okay, and understanding that this is a concept that this commission has also promoted, I just wanted to explore it a little bit with you. Based on your testimony, I understand that you're familiar with BG&E's design of rates for Rate GL.
Yes. So would you like me to summarize that a little bit?
Well, I think I can walk you through it.
Okay.
So you would agree that Rate GL consists of a customer charge, which is fixed, correct?
Yes, there is a customer charge. There's no proposed change by any party to the existing customer charge.
And GL also consists of a delivery service demand charge, which is what it says. It is a demand charge, correct?
Yes.
And then there's also this third component that is the delivery service charge, and this charge, Mr. Hoppick, is a volumetric charge, correct?
That's correct.
And that volumetric charge is not actually assessing energy costs. It is a volumetric charge designed, as you reference in your rebuttal testimony, to collect some measure of demand-related costs. Is that right?
So when you say energy costs, I think we need to be a little careful because those are generally deregulated costs in the state of Maryland, right? So, for example, if a customer's on standard offer service, their energy costs are paid through a standard offer service rate. If they have a retail supplier, they're paid through their retail supplier rate. I would characterize in base distribution rates for Schedule GL, as you said, there's a fixed customer charge, which is basically billed with every monthly bill. There's a demand charge that is billed per what the tariff says in terms of measuring demand. And then basically the volumetric charge recovers the rest of the base distribution revenue costs. So it likely captures some costs that are classified as demand related.
Great, thank you. And you actually sort of prefaced where I was going next. My next question was for Rate GL, and I'm specifically referring to secondary service customers. For Rate GL, as you stated, energy costs will be recovered either through provider of last resort, the standard office service through BG&E, or as you said, they can go to the market and purchase their energy from a competitive supplier, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as a residential customer in Pennsylvania, I shop for my generation in Pennsylvania, and that generation rate also includes the transmission component. Is that also the case here in Maryland?
Yes. So the standard offer service rates in Maryland. So, for example, if you looked at BG's, I believe it's Rider 1, which is what they recover, or what lists the current standard offer service rates. As part of that rate, there is a transmission component that is included therein, and then retail supply rates recover essentially PJM transmission costs as well. Although how those are explicitly called out or not called out is I don't have knowledge of the full breadth of how retail suppliers.
Great. Well, thank you. You're anticipating. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No.
You're anticipating my questions quite well. So, do you happen to know what BG&E's provider of last resort rate for Schedule GL is? At least their most current one.
I would need to jump on the internet to do that, and I don't. I would defer to the attorneys in the room on whether that is proper, but BG has its current tariff on its website. So they are required to have it on its website. It's there, and you can certainly look up the scheduled GL SOS rate. I would note that I'm not certain offhand if scheduled GL customers are all type 2, or they may also be hourly price service as well, which is not listed in the tariff if some of them are hourly price.
Well, great, thank you, and I appreciate you setting that up. So I am looking at the publicly available BG&E website. Would you be willing to accept, subject to check of this later, that BG&E's current stated provider of last resort standard office service rate for GL is 12.787 cents per kWh?
All right. Well,
And that's for on-peak energy. I just want to be clear.
Okay. It sounds like you're looking at it on the internet, so I'm going to assume I have permission to do that as well. And again, attorneys in the room, please stop me if I'm not supposed to. So I'm also looking at rider 1 standard offer service for BGE, and it is showing for scheduled GL type, which is one of the type 2 SOS. GL is listed with PNT for type 2 SOS, but GL is PNT, excuse me. And so there's for September 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2023.
Mr. Hobbig,
Your Honor,
one second, though.
Your Honor, I just I object to the line of questioning, I believe, because this is a base rate case, and really the SOS rates are not at issue. They won't change regardless of what happens in this case.
Your Honor, I'm not trying to get in the record what the rates are. This is mostly for illustration purposes, and I'll move on very quickly.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead.
Regardless of what those standard office service rates are, do you happen to know, Mr. Hopick, generally speaking, what a competitive rate for energy might be, a range here in Maryland?
Your Honor, the witness has no reason to know that.
I don't have a basis for providing an answer for that off the cuff.
Okay.
That's not something I prepared to answer.
So you're not familiar with the competitive market rates here in Maryland?
Objection. This is not the subject of his testimony.
I think he's indicated he doesn't have any first-hand information on this, so let's move on.
Yes, sir. But you have already acknowledged that GL customers pay their energy costs through either these provider of last resort rates or through EGS service, correct?
So EGS, you mean retail?
I'm sorry, yes, that's the phrase we use in Pennsylvania, but retail supplier, yes.
Yes.
Would you, for the purpose of illustration, if you were to accept that a GL customer was paying...
I renew my objection, Your Honor.
All right, so...
Your Honor, I'm trying to get to the point here that the witness has testified that there's an incentive, essentially, to use energy efficiency by having volumetric rate collecting demand charges within BG&E's rates. I'm trying to demonstrate where that incentive actually lies.
Okay, so if we could maybe get to that.
Mr. Hopick, if a customer is paying a generation rate from a competitive supplier, they are paying a kilowatt hour charge, are they not?
So I can't state that definitively. There may be suppliers that have more complicated rates. I don't know that you could state that is definitively true for all retail supply offers.
If a customer is paying a per kilowatt hour rate from a competitive supplier,
Your Honor,
then
this witness is not testifying about
let him finish the question, then I'll come to you.
Mr. Hopick, assuming a customer is paying a per kilowatt hour rate to a competitive supplier, they have an incentive in that energy rate to conserve their energy, do they not?
So, the energy, the non-regulated part of the bill is part of the bill, and it provides incentive, but the bill altogether and the rates and the rate structure combined are what actually provide the economic incentive to the customer. So, were a bill, just hypothetically speaking, 50% were based purely on volumetric use versus a bill that was, say, 75% based purely on volumetric use, there would be a greater incentive under the 75% scenario to reduce kilowatt hour consumption.
Great, thank you. Just one last question or maybe a follow-up to. Do you happen to know what BG&E's current delivery service charge is? This is their volumetric charge within the GL rate.
So, I mean, if you go to my Sir rebuttal or my direct testimony, so I can get there. I don't know it offhand, but I will look it up.
Would you accept, subject to check, that delivery service charge, that volumetric rate for BG&E is 1.887 cents per kilowatt hour?
All right. Well, I think I can get there before too long. So let me do that myself. Staff has an exhibit that will show this in both, or I have an exhibit. Let me correct that for both my direct and my Sir rebuttal testimony. So for Schedule GL, are we talking secondary or primary?
Secondary, sir.
Okay. So Schedule GL, the 2023, because we're in an MYP now for BGE, and I believe it shows the distribution volumetric rates for all 3 years of the MYP. But the 2023 volumetric rate delivery service charge, only the delivery service charge, is 0.01887.
Looking at a total customer bill, Mr. Hoppick, would you consider 1.887 cents per kWh to constitute a fairly small component of that bill?
Objection.
I mean, that's completely a hypothetical question. That's very difficult to answer. So, that's your example is too broad to respond to. Sorry.
Okay, so I understand that you can't answer that question. I guess that's all that I have then. Thank you, Your Honor. And I will vacate the seat. I understand that counsel for Amtrak has questions for this witness as well. Sure.
So, Your Honor, I would move to strike all questions that have to do with the use of energy providers.
Your Honor, consistent with my line of questions, the witness has testified that there's an incentive based on volumetric rates within BG&E's current GL secondary rate design that encourages energy efficiency. He has also testified that component of the rate is not the primary element of the rate that recovers the energy costs. So if there is not, if it does not recover the energy costs to BG&E, then the energy rates that they pay either through provider of last resort or through a competitive supplier is absolutely relevant for the question of whether this component of the rate induces conservation or induces rationing as the witness has testified.
All right, well, let's stand.
Thank you.
Sierra Club. Amtrak.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hoppick.
Good afternoon.
I am Bob Weissar, counsel to Amtrak. I have a few questions about your Sir rebuttal testimony. If you could start on page 17, lines 8 to 11.
17. Okay, give me a moment, please. 17, line 8 to 11. Okay, I am there.
And you've read the various pieces of testimony from Amtrak witness Frenyars?
I have.
Does Mr. Frenyars propose anywhere that the commission approve reductions to only Schedule T base distribution charges?
I do not know that offhand. Please note that the Amtrak witness Munger, who provides a bill impact analysis for Amtrak's proposal to move Schedule T to a relative rate of return of 1.1, what she does is she allocates additional base distribution revenue to Schedule R. I assume she's allocating Schedule T base distribution revenue to Schedule R, not, for example, Rider 2 Empower revenue to Schedule R base distribution rates. But she presents a bill impact analysis which moves some revenue currently recovered through base distribution rates by Schedule T to Schedule R customers. And so, I would note that the other Amtrak witness specifically presents an analysis to support the proposal to reduce Amtrak revenue based on a decrease in base distribution rates.
Is the answer to my question no?
So, can you repeat your question, please?
Does Mr. Frenyars propose anywhere that the commission approve reductions to only Schedule T base distribution charges?
I would need to, I've read his testimony, but I would need to review it again to answer that level of detail.
And on those lines of your surrebuttal testimony, the question states, please respond to witness Frenyars. Is that correct?
It does.
Do you believe, Mr. Hoppick, that the commission in this case could approve reductions to only Schedule T distribution charges?
So this is generally a base distribution rate case. There are other revenues in the electric cost of service study, total revenues that are referenced. That's the source of the $2.7 million over collection. That does include things like Rider 2 Empower revenues. So there is a proposal by the company to take, there's a mechanism in Empower that basically is a lost revenue mechanism for Schedules P and T. So Schedules P and T under Empower have the same charge, and it moves recovery of the lost revenue from that Empower charge to the Schedule P base distribution rate. But otherwise, no party has put forth any rate design, for example, whereby you would, for example, move Empower revenues between rate classes. I would note this is not an Empower hearing. There's other revenues such as like a franchise tax. It would be, in my opinion, highly unusual for the commission to make changes to other revenues in this type of case.
The reference on lines 9 and 11 of your surrebuttal testimony on page 17, that's in reference to the total Schedule T revenue requirement as reflected in the BGE electric cost of service study, including the rider revenue, correct?
Yes, so that is, you can find the calculation of the 2.7 million over collection in BGE Witness O'Neill Company Exhibit AMO 2.
And did,
So
I'm sorry, you
Sorry.
finished, Mr. Hoppe?
I finished. Please
Thank
continue.
you. Did any Amtrak witness in any piece of testimony recommend a Schedule T revenue reduction of $2.7 million?
I believe the recommendation of witness Munger, which I think was the most specific as it relates to rate design, was to move Schedule T to an RROR of 1.1, which would entail a revenue reduction of approximately. I've got it in my rebuttal testimony. If you give me a minute.
Could you accept subject to check that that was 1.97 million approximately?
Yes, I will accept that subject to check.
And that proposed reduction is less than the Schedule T base distribution revenue number you calculated.
So it's not a number I calculated. It's a number that BG Witness Fiery actually calculates. But yes, it is less than that number.
And you use that number of approximately $2.2 million?
Yes. So if you go to my SIR rebuttal testimony, you can see in my rate design, my rate worksheet exhibits, kind of the baseline revenue for Schedule T in 2024 based on the billing determined forecast.
If you could turn to page 20, lines 1 to 3 of your SIR rebuttal testimony.
Okay. Okay, I'm there.
And beginning at the very end of line 1, you state the BGE forecast of 2024 base distribution revenue is not used to estimate the RRORs resulting from my proposed revenue collection. When you say is not used by whom?
So I think the best way to explain this is to go to the exhibit in my SIR rebuttal testimony. So let me find the page for folks to get there. Okay, so if you're in my SIR rebuttal testimony, there's exhibit DH-SR2 staff electric rate worksheet SIR rebuttal, and it's page 47 of the 110 page PDF.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to the very first page, okay, this shows my proposed 4-step allocation method. So
I'm sorry, Mr. Hoppig, when you say the first page, that's PDF page 48?
yes.
Okay,
PDF page
thank you.
48. And can you repeat your question again, please?
Sure. The reference on page 20, lines 1 to 3 of your SIR rebuttal testimony used the phraseology is not used. And I was asking, is not used by whom?
So in my calculations of estimated relative rates of return after my proposed revenue allocation for staff's proposed revenue requirement, it's not used by me to specifically calculate the estimated relative rates of return. And I'm happy to walk through the math if folks would like to see that on that page 48.
We'll get there in due course, Mr. Hobbig. On line 7 of that same page,
Line 7. Okay.
you have as explained below, this is consistent with the method, etc. What is the this?
So give me a moment to review what I wrote on this page, please. Okay, it refers to the method for calculating the estimated resulting relative rates of return. So my method is consistent with what witness, and excuse me if I don't pronounce this right, Franiers, did I get that right? His calculation of the relative rate of return, RROR, is consistent with my method. The difference is that he only applies it to the proposed revenue change to Schedule T, whereas I'm calculating the estimated relative rates of return after applying the proposed revenue allocations to all classes. So what this gets at is if you're on page 48 of the PDF, you can see kind of in the bottom right, there's a column class ROR. So this is the class level relative rate of return. If you look at Schedule T, so it's under, there's kind of a label 8 next to it on the left side. Go across, you'll see the class relative rate of return is 16.43%. So there is another exhibit in my surrebuttal testimony that is Exhibit DHSR1. So if you go to that exhibit, it's the 46 page of the PDF. You can see where I replicated witness Frainier's, his updated relative rate of return, where he arrives at the 17.8. So in that exhibit, transmission service is the second from the left. You can see line 34, relative rate of return, 17.08. He does that by reducing the revenue's $200,000, and he arrives at a rate of return. So one above that is of 16.44%, which is nearly identical to the 16.33. 116.43% that I calculate. The difference being is that the input data for my rate design is Witness Delgado's adjusted electric cost of service study, whereas he's using BG Witness O'Neill's electric cost of service study.
On lines 14 of page 20, you state that the primary driver of the estimated decrease in Schedule T RROR is from the estimated increase in the distribution system rate of return. Do you have with you the Excel file that underlies your exhibit, the exhibit we were just discussing, DHSR2?
Yes. So I don't have it open. I have the exhibit open, but the exhibit shows kind of how the math works. So let me, why don't you ask your question and I'll try and explain it from the PDF, and then if my counsel is okay with it, I would be able to open the Excel version.
Well, we would note that the Excel version it's in discovery, but it's not in evidence.
Let me just ask this question, Mr. Hoppig. Did you use anywhere in your calculation of the 11.43 relative rate of return a distribution system rate of return of 10.19%?
So I'm not totally sure what you mean by a distribution system rate of return of 10.19%.
In the
Is that the, okay. What are you referring to there?
So in your Excel spreadsheet, you had a tab two-step method, and it references a percent increase in revenue relative 2024 revenue column, and specifically
so,
on.
I provided in my Excel file both a two-step method and a four-step method to allow other parties to see how it would work for a two-step method. But what I present as exhibits in my testimony is the four-step method and what I recommend.
Did you use the 10.19% system-wide base distribution revenue rate of return as the denominator in calculating your 11.43 relative rate of return for Schedule T?
Okay, so I think the easiest way to answer that is to look at page 48 of the PDF of my Sir rebuttal testimony. So if you kind of go to the top at step 1, there's the BG 2024 forecast current rate. So this is 2024 baseline base distribution revenue for any change in revenue, change in rates. And then the next column over is the staff E-cost RROR. So this is the results from Witness Delgado's adjusted electric cost of service study. And then next to that, there is a relative rate of return from his electric cost of service study. So you can see Schedule T as 19.08. I believe for Witness O'Neill, it's 19.11. And then going over one more column, there's the net income from the Witness Delgado's adjusted class cost of service study. So that's an output from his cost of service study. And then the one column over again is staff e-cost of service rate base. So again, this is an output from his cost of service study. So if you go down to step 4, so let's go to the bottom of the page. You can see in again 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's a column heading total revenue increase per class. So this is basically, my proposed allocation of the incremental revenue requirements. So staff's total incremental revenue requirement is 196.945 million, and so this is that allocation that results from my proposed four-step method. And for example, you can see the $200,000 revenue reduction for Schedule T. So next, please go to total incremental income by class. So that's 1, 2, 3 columns over. And what that is doing is it's dividing the allocated incremental revenue for each class by a revenue conversion factor, which is kind of back up at the top right, and it's 1.41677. And so that's kind of how you reduce the incremental revenue down to income, accounting for taxes. And so then you have a incremental income for my proposed 4-step revenue allocation. And then one column over, you have total incremental income. And so what this does is it adds the total incremental income by class from my proposed 4-step revenue allocation method and adds it to the net income from Staff Witness Delgado's electric costs of service study. So it's adding, there's a 4 under staff e-cost net operating income. There's a 27 under total incremental income by class. If you look at total incremental income, it's 28 equals 27 plus 4. So you're taking the income from the class cost of service study as adjusted by Staff Witness Delgado, and then the incremental income from my proposed revenue allocation. And what you're doing next is class ROR, and you're dividing that. So it says 28 divided by 5, right? And if we go back up, what 5 is the rate base from Witness Delgado's electric cost of service study for each class. So that is how I calculate the rate of return for each class. And then the relative rate of return compares the system rate of return to the rate of return for each class. So that's how you get to the 11.43.
And what's the significance of the 10.19 at the bottom of that very last column?
So I believe that is the resulting system-wide rate of return after my proposed revenue increase. So that should be the 10.19. That should be the total incremental income, which system-wide is 388.9 million. Divided by the total system-wide rate base, which is 3.8 million. So yes, that's what that is. That is the system. The 10.19 is the resulting system-wide rate of return, as estimated by my method. And so, if you're looking at, for example, Schedule T, right? So I calculate a class ROR of the proposed $200,000 decrease of 16.43, which is very close to the 16.44 that witness and Franiers, sorry if I'm not pronouncing that name right, his adjustment to the BGE cost of service study. The difference there is it's comparing the RROR of that is comparing the RROR in Witness O'Neill's ROR, in Witness O'Neill's electric cost of service study. So that is, I believe, and I'm looking at company exhibit AMO-2, just so folks are clear. That is a rate of return of 6.55. So, you're dividing by a bigger estimated system-wide rate of return relative to the electric cost of service study in that Witness O'Neill, PGE Witness O'Neill presents. And so that is the primary driver of, as I state in my testimony, why the relative rate of return for Schedule T decreases.
Thank you for indulging me, Mr. Hoppick. If you could turn to page 26, lines 8 to 10.
Okay, I assume you're still on my server bubble?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, then this refers to Witness Gorman's testimony, does it not?
That is correct.
Right place?
That's correct.
Okay.
Would a Schedule R base distribution revenue increase from 7.9 to 8.0% reflect a gradual adjustment to Schedule R customers, in your opinion?
So I would refer you to the following page. So on page 27, so at the top, it says, and I'm starting from page 26. So starting on page 26, the last line, line 13, inclusive of, then going to page 27, Witness Fiery's proposed Rider 16 adjustment, Exhibit MPG-R1, Schedule R Rate Year 1 Delivery Service Charge, which is inclusive of this increase from Witness Gorman's exhibit, where it goes from 7.9 to 8%, would result in an effective distribution volumetric rate of 0.04723 dollars per kilowatt hour, which is an 11.42% increase relative to the current Schedule R delivery service charge in the tariff. So, in my mind, this is where gradualism issues start to come in. So, I would, start to have concerns about more than 10% increases in any one rate year, and generally, seek to avoid it to the degree I can in a rate design.
Do you consider Rider 16 revenue to be, in the words you use, base distribution revenue?
No, but it results in, so the Rider 16 is the true up of the prior rate case. And in the prior rate case, right, we had increases in base distribution rates, and then the true up compares actual costs to actual revenues and trues that up. So, it's something customers face. It's a real net impact in the distribution rates that they pay. That's how I would characterize it.
Mr. Hoppick, if you could go back to your exhibit DH-SR2.
Okay, so for my rebuttal. Okay.
Correct, and PDF, start with PDF page 48.
Okay, I'm there.
So when you're distinguishing between classes that have an over-earning relative rate of return or classes that are over-earning, and classes that are highly over-earning use the threshold of a 2.0 relative rate of return?
Yes, so if you look at the very top, four-step allocation method 1, exclude classes that are highly over-earning. Greater than 2 is the threshold, yes, so that excludes Schedule T and Schedule PL.
And are relative rates of return between 1.0 and 2.0, do you consider those to be over-earning?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Do you consider classes that have relative rates of return between 1.0 and 2.0 to be over-earning?
So generally in my method, I'm looking at things between 0.9 and 0.1 is approximately at the system rate of return, and so I would say over my revenue allocation assumes that a class from the cost of service study with an ROR of more than 1.1 is over earning. So I guess between 1.1 and 2 would be over earning, and greater than 2 would be highly over earning.
Okay, as part of that answer, I believe you said the bandwidth of 0.9 to 0.1. Did you mean 0.9 to 1.1?
Yes, thank you. So if you look at the top of page 48, it's got the step 2, and it says step 2 upper limit relative rate of return 1.1, step 2 lower limit relative rate of return 0.9. So yes, it's between 0.9 and 1.1.
Does this exhibit DH-SR2 supersede in its entirety your earlier versions of the same exhibit or spreadsheet?
So are you referring to my exhibit from my direct testimony?
Correct, like exhibit DH3, has that now been wholly superseded by DH-SR2?
So I am, as I state in my rebuttal, updating the rates because the staff accounting witness for electric has updated his proposed revenue requirements. So I would state it's an update update to kind of staff's final proposed rates for staff's proposed revenue requirement.
And in this DH-SR2, you have references to UROR and to RROR. Do I take that UROR means unitized rate of return?
Yes, it's synonymous with RROR in this in this exhibit. Can you point me to where there's a reference to UROR as opposed to RROR?
I know there's at least one on that PDF page 48.
Okay.
I would have to do a search and
find it.
If you go to step 3, your column 14.
Okay, yeah, I would. Okay, yeah, I probably should have marked that RROR.
And in your testimony in other cases before the commission, I think you had used the term or acronym UROR. We should assume that that's completely interchangeable with RROR.
Yeah, it's synonymous with RROR. Yes. So in some cases, the utilities present what they call a relative rate of return, and then in some cases, utilities present what they call a unitized rate of return, but the calculation is the same.
If you go to the very lower right corner of that PDF, page 48.
Okay, still on 48. Okay.
You have values under the columns total incremental revenue, class, and that value was a negative 479,000. And then under class ROR, a negative 11.09%, and under class ROR, a negative 1.09%. Can you explain those?
Yes, so this is, if you look just to the left of the column, total incremental income next to the negative 314,000, you'll see the abbreviation EVP. So BGE has a rate class for its electric vehicle chargers, and these chargers charge customers a market-based rate. So Witness Fiery proposes not to make any changes to schedule EVP rates because it is currently set in the EV program as a market-based rate. I accept that. I do the same thing. I'm including it here such that you can see how I get to the total incremental income of the 388,909,222. So that's why it's included there. But there's no proposed changes by myself or Witness Fiery or, to my knowledge, any witness of this schedule because it is a market-based rate.
Thank you. In that last column, which represents, I guess, your final proposed class relative rates of return, other than Schedule T, there's only one other rate class that remains in the highly over-earning category?
Yes. So, as I characterized it in my my direct and my rebuttal, these are estimates. But yes, there's, we start with, if we go back to the top, based on Witness Delgado's electric cost service study, there's only two classes with RRORs above 2. That would be Schedule T and Schedule PL, and that continues to be the case in Class RROR, column 30, kind of at the bottom.
And you've been testifying before the commission on cost of service study issues since 2017, is that correct?
There have been cases in which I've been a cost of service witness.
And in your tenure, you have never proposed rate outcomes that resulted in a relative rate of return higher than 5.0, with one exception, correct?
So are you referring to the data request that response that Amtrak responded upon staff? It may be helpful to go there so folks can follow that.
That's not part of the record. That was the genesis of the question. The question is, if you could just answer the question, we may not need to introduce the data response.
Okay, so just for the record, there was a question sent to staff from Amtrak. It's Amtrak data request 1 to staff, and we responded on August 25th, 2022. The second question was, identify and provide copies of all pre-filed testimony in any utility case over the past 5 years in which Mr. Hoppick proposes for any rate class a rate outcome that produces an RROR in excess of 5.0. And my response was, in case number 9443, which was approximately 6 years ago, I proposed a rate outcome that produced an RROR in excess of 5.0. And then I state that my pre-filed testimony exhibits from that case are provided, which they were provided.
And the ultimate result in that case that had the RROR above 5.0 was a 5.97 uniform rate of return.
I would need to check that.
Do you have the testimony as part of that data response before you?
So I know I have the response we sent, and let me get there, please. Just all right. Okay, I have the files that were sent as part of this DR response. Do you have a specific file to go to?
Yeah, if you go to your surrebuttal testimony and what I think would be your final.
Is it the surrebuttal or the surrebuttal exhibit?
It's surrebuttal exhibit DH-2, updated 8/21/17.
Okay, I've got exhibit DH-1 updated 8/21/17. Are we in the same place? It's a 14-page document.
Do you have a table in which the last line is UROR?
So there's multiple pages. So yes, I see that. I believe it's the yes. Exhibit DH2 updated 8-21-17. Okay, I see it has an ROR and then it has a UROR as the last two rows in the table.
And that UROR of 5.97 for rate schedule GT-3B, that is the UROR above 5.0, correct?
That is correct. I would note that in this case, staff did not propose a revenue decrease in this case, whereas in the incident case, I supported Witness Fiery's proposal to have a $200,000 decrease to Schedule T base distribution rates.
Correct. Are you familiar with the physical distribution facility arrangements on Schedule T customer premises?
Not in detail.
You're aware that all Schedule T customers are served at voltages at 115,000 volts and above?
Check. That would be in the tariff.
Your Honor, I believe this is going beyond the scope of his testimony.
The witness indicated that he has limited knowledge of this, so.
Okay, so I have gone to the Schedule T tariff on BG's website, and it says for demands of 1,500 kW or more, where service is supplied at 115,000 volts and more.
And in this case, and on your schedules, you're showing a total net book value of plant for the entirety of Schedule T of approximately $1.6 million. Is that correct?
Okay, so I don't know where you are right now. Are you back on that page 48?
I think there are a number of places you could find it. It is on page 48, yes.
Okay, so Schedule T. Okay, so that's a result from Witness Delgado's adjusted electric cost of service. So I take that result from him, but I do see where it says 1,674,319.
You indicated earlier that you read the testimony and exhibits of Amtrak witness Frenyars.
Yes.
And you're aware that for Amtrak's Jericho Park account, which is a Schedule T account, that there are only meters. The only distribution facilities located there are meters.
Can you point me to where to look in Witness Freinier's direct testimony?
It would be in an exhibit to Mr. Frenyar's testimony. If you're not aware, that's fine.
Well, I have it in front of me. I do recall he talked about that, but I don't recall the exact specific wording that he included.
When you were fashioning your rate proposals in this case, did you set out to produce a relative rate of return of 11.43?
Objection. The witness has laid out his testimony in great detail. He's undergone a lot of cross-examination, and he didn't set out to do anything. He did calculations. They resulted in a number.
I'd like to hear that from the witness, Your Honor.
Well, why don't you rephrase the question and make it just a bit more precise? So.
Mr. Hoppick, when you were determining your rate proposals in this case, did you not sure how to rephrase it, Your Honor. The question's pretty direct. I'd like to hear from the witness.
What I think what the problem is, the implication that there was some intention on his part. So, now if you want to ask him questions about how he went about going about this without attributing some motive for what he was doing.
Mr. Hoppick, was the $200,000 proposed reduction for Schedule T an outgrowth of a targeted relative rate of return of 11.43, or was the relative rate of return of 11.43 the outgrowth of a targeted $200,000 reduction in Schedule T revenue?
Let me find the place in my direct testimony where I explain why I supported the proposal of company witness Fiery. My direct testimony is not short, so it might take me a few minutes. So I'm looking at page 69 of my direct testimony on line 16 through 20, and this is the public version, to be clear. So in there I state regarding Schedule T, I support Witness Fiery's proposal to reduce its distribution revenue by 200,000. It should say 200,000. There's a missing zero. But I propose to reduce the entire amount in rate year 1, calendar year 2024, which is consistent with order number 89678 in BGE's initial MYP, which reduced Schedule T revenue 200,000 in rate year 1 of BGE's initial MYP.
Have you calculated what reduction would be necessary under your modeling to get to a relative rate of return of 1.1 for Schedule T?
I looked at Witness Munger's method and bill impact analysis to get there. I did not specifically run a version of an allocation to attempt to get to an RROR of 1.1 for Schedule T or staff's proposed revenue requirement.
And does that answer hold for an RROR of 2.0?
That answer is also true for 2.0. So I would note, and let me find it in my rebuttal testimony if you give me a moment. And this is something that Witness Reynolds. Okay. So I'm on page 16 and 17 of my rebuttal testimony. And at the top of, the bottom of page 16, I characterize Witness Rainier's rebuttal testimony regarding my proposed $200,000 reduction. And then below that, I respond to it. And, as I note on lines 11 through 13, I specifically state, as Witness Frainier's notes in his rebuttal testimony, the Commission has generally not awarded a revenue decrease to a class when the overall revenue requirement is increasing. So, there is Commission precedent that translates to policy. And, as I note in my direct testimony, part of my rate design is considering Commission policy. So this is that's also part of what I analyzed and why I analyzed in my revenue allocation.
If the Commission were to reach a finding that the Schedule T relative rate of return should be moved from the highly over-earning category to just merely over-earning, is that a calculation that you could come up with?
So that's a hypothetical, that there's, you'd have to assume a total revenue, incremental revenue requirement. So it's, I have a hard time answering a hypothetical question like that. Can you repeat the question?
If the Commission were to order a decrease in the Schedule T relative rate of return to move it from the highly over-earning category to merely over-earning, so something at or below 2.0, could you run the calculation to determine what reduction in revenue requirement would be necessary to achieve that outcome?
Your Honor,
So-
we would ask that Mr. Hoppick be instructed not to answer that question. There are too many ifs in it, too many suppositions.
Your Honor, I just need to know if his model works. If the Commission were to order that, can he calculate the revenue requirement reduction? That should be a fairly straightforward question.
Because you can answer that if you can, Mr. Hoppy.
So just a point about how the process generally plays out. So the commission issues an order, and the company will make a compliance filing. And as part of that compliance filing, there will be rate design worksheets provided by the company, and staff will invariably request the rate design worksheets and examine the rate design worksheets. So, we would review whatever calculations, and resulting rates the company comes up with, implementing the commission's proposed order. I'm not aware of a case where there's a proposed order and then staff calculates the resulting rates. It's usually the company are the ones to actually do the calculation. So it's not a typical order of operations.
Okay, that's fine.
If I rephrase the question, Mr. Hoppick, just to ask whether you are capable of confirming or verifying the company's calculations of the necessary revenue reduction to achieve a relative rate of return of 2.0, would your answer be yes?
So if there was an order and it specifically required BGE to have a revenue allocation that achieved that, I would review it, and I would assume that I would be able to verify the calculations they make, or comment on them if I have comments on them once I receive their work papers.
Thank you, Mr. Hoppick. No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Montgomery County Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBEW, Department of Defense, MEA,
No questions, Your Honor.
OPC,
No questions, Your Honor.
BG&E.
I have a number of questions, Your Honor. Just kidding. No questions.
Continue the fun.
Well done, Mr. Beloya.
Uh,
Any redirect?
Yes, I just have a little bit. Mr. Hoppick, can you tell us the topic of your testimony?
So the title of my direct testimony, or the summary, I'll read the purpose. It's the purpose of my testimony, as written in my direct, was to analyze and respond to the billing determinant forecast provided by Witness Coyle and the related filing requirement documents, and the electric rate design provided by Witness Fiery and the related filing requirement documents filed on behalf of BG&E. And then I also addressed select gas distribution service tariff revisions. So generally, I was addressing beyond the issue of the billing determinant forecast. I was addressing what the company proposed, and I responded with my own proposed allocation and rate design, and then in rebuttal and rebuttal testimony, I responded to other parties as well as the company's rebuttal testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Hoppick. Now, in fact, you answered several of my questions in that one answer. Do any of your testimonies address competitive suppliers?
No.
And with regard to the rates for which you've submitted numerous tables and as well as written testimony, included in those rates, are there Empower Maryland charges included?
So in the proposed rates put forth in my exhibit, so like the exhibit that we refer to frequently from my rebuttal testimony, exhibit DH-SR2 staff electric rate worksheets, that does not propose Empower rates.
Do any of your other exhibits propose new Empower rates?
So I do address Witness Fiery's proposal to transfer recovery of lost load for schedules P and T from the schedule P and T power charge to the schedule P base distribution rates. But beyond that, that's the only place in which Empower, I believe, is addressed at all in my testimony.
Okay. And is SOS addressed in your testimony?
It is not.
With regard to the reconciliation true-up, would it be fair to call that an adjustment to base rates?
It has its own rider, and the rider is a true up. I would need to look at the precise wording, but the idea is to provide a reconciliation of the revenue awarded with actual costs. And the revenue awarded in a MYP case is recovered through base distribution rates.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Richard?
None.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Sussman?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
And I think I'm good too. So thank you, Mr. Hoppick.
Thank you.
So is that Ms. Garoppolo?
Yes, that concludes staff's case, Your Honor.
So anything else before we adjourn for the day?
Your Honor, there is the issue of the briefs and how long they're to be.
So what's, someone
Well-
inform me as to what the past precedent's been.
Colmar talks about a 50-page limit, but I think that's, in most cases recently that has not been followed due to the number of issues that are in there. In the last case, like BGE's last MYP case, there were 75 pages allowed for the initial brief and 50 pages for the reply brief. Given the number of issues, though, that have been asked to be addressed in brief, we think it would be appropriate to have additional pages. OPC staff and BGE talked earlier, and I think we agreed on 80 pages and 55 pages.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Reluctantly, we agreed.
Okay, so the magic number was 80 pages for the initial brief, and how much for the
55.
55 for the second one. So we'll do 80 and 60.
Okay.
Anything else? All right, thank you.
Here.